GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Now the canty, Yadi wako to please. Me baya, wa the car, one go we are the Nabosiano about Yadi wako to Modi. One be as may you are more about one thing. So about so remember what the count one Yadi wako to please. Maybe you are more about one thing. As someone will catch them. Tigana for more about was saying with the prison when you are was it. Maybe I am a baby now, mother. I have a mamma. The Sicano will be uncle Uncle Bobosia. This is Carol, that's a common over no assault to him, one to him, President. The common over, and to me, you control the animal, I say, and you are to prison. And to me, baby, you want the prison and what the cardiac. Be you win now, what about one thing? Some more.
Now, for me, I also buy a full and for November day. My president of Ghana. I didn't tell. Oh, Mary. I could have formed a kunku and walk to a more lemma, or to play me with a lemma. What is the more I okay. What I will say was what I will from say, Pet. I want no cook. What you shout, I will know. na na mo anawe
Okay.
Na bia o ko ku afosa obi aso nka mo pe
So be president
Awurade
e
pa mo bu nyina obi ara bia la nko obi ara nko de krom
na ana Jehovah Witness for so be mo
dey so dey me ye fe na mo maji card me me ento so wo se ento aba the card me ye de ma se ba to bi
Dabi
ya se amfa ento aba ana mo baji na ndo go dem a na risi ya to aba na wo se na me nipa anto bi enti ana wo se na me nipa anto bi enti na ma na anso mo bi afi se le ho afo aje ho go dem Mama je ho go dem enti na anso enti se kai na se nya be se pemiensa ye be se akoto aba na pemi na mo apem ko mo apem no le ho afo na aje go e de ndo kwa na ba
to be president
oh magic card
no
kan jo sa card ne ko to dem e fa ko yo business ya se amfanto aba sa anti be ba school free no me na me ba e free so de ma kan mo nyi sa pepe e wo hima ye twa be wo so be fa ni mo wanya baby amfasa ha na be fa ah ma me kan chere na de no nim se wo twa be wo so be fa ni mo me so wo twa de a che wo bia Ya wachira besemenye mayewie menkata no masayewie o ka samenye sabe de abaika mebeka menkata nie meni abaika me bieso me chere mo na mo hama me meni abaika agora what the book ya de challenge na ka ho de kai ka ho so bia wonya ifie no wacho ya tire obi a wonya gana ni ya tire adda na mo hani pesa wonu se ja bela de ba yi me ya ko ba de ba yi o mo ya dai mo bo be bon pa ya se ja ko san talaji pa bia so wonyi na fiti wo yo ba shonko wo ye ni pa shonko me bo abaso pro ha yi ni ko no fe wo bo abaso ana na wo tete nsa me na me kan tete me wo se ni pa bionu wa se ya ya ba ha ma ka bi se ense se nka ye me ya fa me na me baby na wo de yi wo mo e ba ni se yi simply force the ba se wo bia nkwa tre di no e wo nkuro ni na wo krata sensai we di aba mo kran se o di obesai no won fa ni fie no ma no won fa wonu ani fo no ma timi akwasai ajeje wo mo sai bia di fie no ma ni fo no ma go so wo mo etimi ehunu na sa wote ha na sa so ni mo ma nti wa fa computer tena ho na wa chwe na dia betu ani mo a no ana fa o kakra etu ala me date me be ni ya me shira o ze ye ame ma ko no na me ma bi ya me be shira ka ze na shira na tna ho be mo ma na ma nye ye na me nsa wo ya so ye be ye do enye no
episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today at the Dome Market, I am speaking with a student from the Accra Technical University. But currently, he has deferred his course to sell okra. I know you would be more interested in the reason why he decided to do that. Join me as we speak with him. My name is Victoria Chebafo. Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I know your name, please?
My name is Francis Butchie. Yeah.
So I see that you are selling okra in Nkrumah.
Yeah, that's the plural form of okra.
That's the plural form of okra?
Yeah, okra.
Okay. So for how long have you been doing this?
Okay, let me say a year and 3 months.
Okay. A year and 3 months.
Yeah.
So that was in 2023?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us how you started doing this.
Okay. Let me say I took over from my sister, yeah, who was hospitalized for some time now. Yeah. So taking over, you see, let me say we've been to school a little. So they used to do it in a normal way. So when I came in, I just added some little, let me say, some little business or entrepreneur skills that I learned in school to it.
Okay, let me cut you. You said they were doing it the normal way. How is the normal way done?
Oh, the normal way is they take it, sell it to the people, and that's all. Okay. But me, now I have a TikTok account. I have a name. Everyone who buys from me knows me as Assorted Okra. That's the name I used to sell my okra. So everybody comes around. I'm looking for Assorted Okra. Yeah, I do order for people too. I have people who work at the restaurants and they come for order from me. So I've taken it to a different level. Like at first, she used to sell to the normal people who comes to the market, but now I've been able to extend it a little, where I get orders on WhatsApp, and I do it for them later on, and I go and give it to them maybe after work in the evening, and I go and give it to them. Yeah.
So let's start from growing up, or let's continue from growing up. You know, usually growing up as a child, you would always want to wish to be somebody. Maybe I want to be a doctor, I want to be this, I want to be that. What do you want to be?
Growing up, it has been my dream and my passion to be an engineer. And I've pursued that to some certain level. I have experience in the engineering aspect also. I've worked with AA Adishia Company Limited. I've worked with JL Properties. Yeah, I've worked with them. I've done a couple of works. Even currently, there's a project going on in Winneba campus, 2,000 bedroom hostel facility. I've also worked there before. Yeah, so it's my passion to be an engineer, and definitely I will achieve it too.
So are you done with SHS University?
Yeah, I'm done with SHS. Okay. I'm in university currently.
Which university?
Accra Technical University, but right now I'll say I have deferred my course because the person supporting me was down. So I need to take over from here so that the business can grow.
Who is this person?
That's my sister.
Okay. Yeah. Where are your parents?
My dad is living at a different place and my mom is at a different place too.
So like they are separated?
Yeah, they are separated, but they've not divorced. Yeah.
So you are living with your sister?
No, I live on my own. Yeah.
So do you have contact with your parents, either your mother or your father?
Yeah, I went to visit my mother yesterday. Yeah.
How much do you make from selling it?
How much do I make from selling it?
Like daily?
Okay. It depends on the goods that I'm having. Because right now, my farm is inactive for now. So I'm buying it from middlemen. So let me say, yesterday I took a load of 1,040 cedis. And this is the remaining ones. Yeah. So if I should sell it and the people do not cry that I should add like jara to it, I should add more to it, and I sell it according to what I'm selling, I can make 400 to 500 cedis. Yeah.
So it means people asking you to add some to theirs when they buy it. It really affects you people.
Really affects us because they sold it for me for 7 for 4 cedis, 7 pieces for 4 cedis, and I'm giving it out for 5 for 5 cedis. But sometimes they ask you to make it 6. Some people will plead with you to make it 7. You have customers too who always buy from you, so sometimes we are a little bit passionate with them. So I can make it 7 for you, 7 for 5 cedi, and I will take only 1 cedi. So every 5 cedi I have 1 cedi. So when I do it that way, it reduces my profit. But if I'm to get it like 5 for 5 cedi, you get 1 cedi and 2 pieces. So if you should sell like 15 pieces, you get 2 cedis, you get 3 cedis, 15 cedis, you get 3 cedis and 6 pieces, which you can sew another 5 cedi out of that. See the
Assorted. Yeah. And I see you have a scarf on. Is there a reason why you have the scarf on?
Yeah, that's my market niche, because when everybody comes, they say I'm looking for the guy with the scarf. Even if the person have not seen me before, that's how they describe me to the person, that when you go, you see him with a scarf. So if the person doesn't see me with a scarf, be like, and then I'm not the one. Because maybe today you bought from me, you want your friend to come and also buy from me. That's the way you describe me. Okwa waboduku, bemana waboduku. So if you come and see any guy na waboduku na, and get me So I have different type of scarves. Yeah.
Okay, so the youth out there, friends like yours, who are done with school but are not doing anything, waiting for maybe a white collar job or something, do you have any advice for them?
Oh, I have so many advice for them. I want to tell them that they should find something doing, anything at all. Because looking at what I'm doing, I would say it's better than some white collar jobs. Because within a week, if I see my take home, it's enough. Even though the country is very hard, but I'm using it to sort out my things. So they should get something. They should try something. There is opportunity anywhere. See, some things may not look lucrative, but before you start it, before you know it, we should just add a little, let me say, a little mindset to it and change things, because people are doing things ordinary way. But if you go an extra mile, you can get extraordinary results, which will help each one of us. Because if I want to sit down and say, okay, I want to definitely work in the engineering aspect, so I want to go to school, I don't think by now, I don't know what I'll be using my life to do. But right now, I've been able to do some things and I'm raising my fees, and hopefully I'll go back to school. So anything at all, provided it's not stealing, it's not scam, it's not fraud, it's not prostitution, and it's something that I would say morally is right, they are good to go. Because this is a big marketplace, and I would say this business has given me the opportunity to meet different people. Because sometimes when you come, we are like 8 Oko sellers, but when it comes to me, and it helps me to sell. And now even my sister cannot compete with him because I have more customers than her. So she's relaxed at home, taking care of the baby, and I'm doing everything, going in and coming out. Yeah.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. Yes, your social media handle.
Yeah, on Facebook, you can find me, Cannot Be Rich, Big Brain. My Nikki, Big Brain. When you go to TikTok, it's Big Brain or Assorted Oko. Instagram is Cannot Be Rich, Big Brain. Yeah, and my number is 0551 439754. Anytime, any day, Assorted Oko. I got you.
This is all Francis has to say about his personal life. He is never giving up today nor tomorrow. Again, this is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. I'll see you in the next episode. My name is Victoria Cheibafo.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation Campaign.
2007, Ayawaso Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial benefit.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Obia oya Ghanania wakwa bosia say bang you say abontino na wo de kanti ye de wakoto prison me ba ya wo de ka wanko wiade na bosia na waba ye de wakoto mo de kwan bia so meyi wa mo aba abontin say wo ba wo so wo be wo de kan kwan ye de wakoto prison me be yi wa mo aba abontin asama me ka kire mo ntigana fo a mo abo bosia mo de prison mo nyina anya ho kwa say meba ya mebe yi mo nyina mo aba abefe mo ma esika no obi anko anko bosia na sika no ko je na se kwam de oba no aso ntime mo ntime nkura sika no na kwam ne oba ntime yi bi kwoto bia ne ma be dia se ya chi wa kwoto prison ntime ba be yi mo a wo de prison a mo de kade be yi mo nyina mo aba wonte asemo o
Anya no. Na po me.
Na me ado.
Also ba Fulani for no be me den. Me president of Ghana. Arentia.
Fulani for. O mo kunku akuafo.
O me den.
Akuafo o mo kunku o mo goto o mo wira ma. Goku goto Fulani wo wira ma. No kuno. No de mo ana we le duane.
Okay.
Watermelon say. O si watermelon fu em say pe. E wa na oku Fulani no. O ti twa watermelon no. Na na mo ana we.
Okay.
Na bia o mo kunku akuafo sa. Obi aso nka o mo pe.
So be president a.
Awurade.
O be den.
Pa mo bo nyina obi ara nko. Biara nko de krom.
Na ana Jehovah Witness for so be me den.
So de me ye be na mo maji card me me ento. So o mo se ento aba. The card me ye de ma so ba to bi.
Dabi.
Ya se am ento aba. Ana mo baji na ndo go dem a. Na risi ya to aba na. We se na me nipa anto bi enti. Ana we se na me nipa anto bi enti na no ma na anso. Mo bi da fi se le ho afo aje ho go dem. Mama aje ho go dem enti na anso. Enti se kai. Na se nya be se pemiensa. Ye be se akoto aba no na pemiensa. Na mo apemo ko. Mo apemo no. The whole for Nigeria.
To be president.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
I can't just say card. No go to them. Never for your business. Yes, I'm Fantuaba.
Fantuaba.
Yes, Auntie me back. School free. No, I'm the buy.
President.
The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by your travel. What's up with anymore? Why, baby, I'm fast. I am a man can't tell, and I don't know some will travel. Or no, so with anymore. There's one try to chair will be a.
Ya what you have samenye my ewie men kaka no masanye wie o ka samenye so de abaika me beka me kaka nie me ni abaika me bieso me de chere mo na mo hama me ni abaika agora ni what the book ya the charity that can hold the faith at home. So be a one year if you don't watch it. Will be a 1 year Ghanaian. And then I'm going to face when you say I'm going to never. When I go and never you, we are day more. We are day more. The vampire said I'm going to mentality. But be also 1 year of it, where your bass from go, where your new personal go. The poor basso, I didn't pay for the I don't know what it is. But I can't say, what's it? You don't want to say, yeah, your Bahama can be said. And so say, I may have family. Now, maybe no more you. I ban say, I using to enforce the bar say, will be on quite church, you know. I won't croon in our clatter since I where the above more can say, or your best sign. One fat in the fear number, no foul money for number. To me, I was say, I did, and one more side be added if you are no money for number go so. One more at me, that's what you have. That's also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch church and not the battery anymore. I do. I don't know that. My baby, I'm just out there. I'm not. I'm very started saying I love. That's not what I'm on my year. I'm in some way to get it. And yeah,
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. Ayawaso Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to urge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Okay.
Wow. So as you can see, this entire place is like a refuse dump.
The person that stopped that toll collector, it caused a financial loss to the state, so it has to be jailed.
The Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, recently announced government plans to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. The minister, who made this announcement before Parliament during the mid-year budget review presentation, said this plan is part of a comprehensive strategy to support government, generate revenue, as well as support infrastructure management on the country's road network. Subsequently, the minister announced that Cabinet has granted approval for the establishment of a framework for the reintroduction of this road and bridge tolls. Today, GhanaWeb Business is here today to find out exactly what the state of these road tolls are. We'll be visiting quite a number of them, and then we'll see exactly what it would take for government to reintroduce these road and bridge tolls. We'll also see if we can speak to some experts on the matter to see exactly how much government will be spending, particularly at a time where the country is under an IMF program. And if you recall, government had to halt the collection of road tolls to allow for the introduction of the e-levy. We'll also be bringing you some thoughts on that right here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Mauli Aholemega. So we're here at the Accra Tema toll booth, and we'll be going in there. We have about 6 toll booths right here. This used to serve quite a lot of people that use the Accra Tema motorway. We'll be going in there to see exactly the state of how some of these toll booths are looking so far. So do come in. As you can see, I mean, there's virtually no activity here. We can see some things are bent here already. We don't know. I can see some glass on the floor there. So this is one of the posts where people used to work, and particularly we used to see a lot of the persons with disabilities manning a lot of these posts across the country. So as you can see, the entire place has been left in ruin. You can see bottles, you can see plates, you can see cups, you can see all kinds of wood. There's a wood here, I actually don't know. Okay, so this is it. So this is the state of one of the toll booths here. And we can also even see some electrical cables. Yeah, there's no lighting system. Virtually everything has been taken out from this place. Yeah, so this is the entrance, and this is the state of the toll booth. I understand some of them across the country have actually been destroyed. So we had to get, government had to get some excavators. Whoa. Government had to get some excavators to destroy some of them because government decided that they were not going to focus on the toll booth anymore. They were going to focus on e-levy. So this is another post here. This is quite smaller. Wow. So if you come inside here, you see quite a number. It's like the entire place is now like a refuse dump. We see all kinds of bottles, all kinds of rubbish, all here at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is the state of some of the toll booths in the country. We'll be visiting quite a number of them. We're currently at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is exactly the state of. We can even see some stuff that have been burnt already. So it means that there's been some activity going on here. I've seen some squatters around the area where the toll booths used to be, and there's virtually no activity here. There are no light bulbs, all the cables are off. Yeah, there's no security here. Initially, sometimes you find some of the security personnel here ensuring that the road network is safe and also free. There's also an emergency response center, and I think that was donated by the Ghana Red Cross. If you, let me just move, it's just right behind me here. That post was also like a health center for people who will be using the road and they may actually need some health attention or whatever. But as you can see, that post is also virtually empty. So basically the entire Accra Tema toll booth area is empty. There's no activity here. And if you look at the rooftop is virtually off. One side of the rooftop is totally, completely gone. We don't know the reasons for this. One side is gone, another side is still there anyway. I'm still taking a tour of some of the toll booths right here on the Accra Tema motorway. And as you can see, some of them are it's very easy to enter, but this one, it looks like it's been locked. I mean, but when you go to the back, you can actually see that the glass and everything has been broken. So if you look inside, you see all kinds of things. You see bottles, you see glasses, there's some slippers also right there. The entire place is in a mess. So it's whoever that's going to come here to renovate this place or fix it back again has quite some work to do. If you come to the other side, you see, it looks like, you see that there's been some activity going on here. We don't know whether there's some oil, there's some burnings. We even see some carpets and all of that on the floor here. We're still taking a tour of the Accra Tema toll booth to find out exactly how the state of some of the toll booths in the country are. As you can see, we can see emergency response first aid post. So right across there, the toll booth is there. There used to be an emergency response first aid post here. And as you can see, it looks like the entire place has also been left in ruin, exactly like the toll booth right there. We see all manner of things here. It looks like someone has been living here, but as you can see, the entire place it's in ruin. There used to be a water sink here to serve some of the police. I know some of the policemen spend some of their time here to ensure that safety on the road and all of that. As you can see, the entire sink is completely in ruin. You can see all manner of things. You can see there's a winter coat here, there are clothes, there's a dustbin, there are rubbers. There's a whole bunch of rubbish right here at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is a first aid emergency response post, which is intended to serve people who may be in need of some medical attention whilst they are traveling on their Accra Tema motorway. And as you can see, the entire place is also in ruin, just exactly like the 6 toll booths that are right here. And this was also serving as some form of employment for those who were working here. So you have police personnel here, you have some nurses, you have some emergency response officers working here at this post. But once government decided to introduce the electronic transfer levy and then pull off the toll booth collection, it looks like their jobs have also been affected as well. As you can see, if you come up here, you can see the entire roof. It's almost off. The whole place is in ruin actually. You can see rubbish. There's even an emergency response box here. Finding out where exactly are they going to find that money to, sort of rehabilitate some of these posts, particularly the toll booths and also some of these emergency response centers. A lot of commuters use this road between Accra, from Tema to Accra, and also from Accra to Tema, and also to other parts of the country, going to the Volta region, going to Akosombo. If you are coming from Tema, you would ordinarily use this road to go to Accra, Tema, Volta region, Dodowa, and all the other places. So we are still taking a tour of some toll booths across the capital following the announcement by government to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. We've already had a tour of the Accra Tema toll booth. We are right here at the Ashaman toll booth, and we'll be going right here there to see exactly the state of some of these toll booths in the capital following the announcement by government to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. Government believes that this is part of a comprehensive strategy to support infrastructure management and also improve upon the road network. So fortunately for us, we have one of the toll booths here at the Ashaman Toll Booth Plaza opened. We just try and go in. Wow, it's quite difficult to go in. Okay, wow. So as you can see, this entire place is like a refuse dump. You can see all manner of things right here. Cables on the floor, stones, rocks, bottles. The entire place is in ruin. The entire place is in ruin. You can even see parks here, food parks here. So it looks like some people have literally been living here. And this is the state of some of the toll booths across the country. We're here at the Ashaman Toll Booth Plaza to find out. We'll be speaking with some hawkers and also some residents who normally use this road to find out whether the call by government to reintroduce the toll booths in 2025 is a just one. So I have here with me Israel, and he sells newspapers right here at the Ashaman toll booth. He's going to be sharing with us how the cessation of the toll booths have affected his business and also his thought. We'll also pick his thoughts on the reintroduction of the toll booths in 2025. Israel, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you've been selling newspapers here for how long?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah,
now.
5 years now.
Oh, so you were here when government decided to cease collection of the road tolls. How did that impact on your business?
Oh, during those days, before they haven't closed the toll, I'm able to sell, let's say, 50 copies.
50 copies?
Yes, 50 copies.
Because there's a lot of stops?
Yes,
okay.
There's a lot of stop. And some people, they watch the front page of the paper before they bought it. But nowadays they say the free toll, so they just drive across the distance, so they don't stop, unless one people who knows me well, so they stop, then they bought it for me.
So you've seen the toll booth since 2021. I know some of the persons that used to work here, they no longer have jobs and all of that. What do you make of that?
Okay, I used to meet some of them. They told me that, is it back? I said no. But they say, okay, the government promised them to give them, to pay their rest. Even to find them a different job. But up to now, they haven't heard anything from the government. So it's very, very painful to them. Me too, it's affect my business. But one, if it is there and they are not buying the paper self, even those big men, when I call the tool for them, they used to give it to me. So that if I haven't sell now, I'll get something for my family. But since he closed it, nothing has come to work. Because they too, when they make it the other one automatic, it will affect them. They won't employ them again. So they should employ them so that they should come. One near me, about 2 or 3 people, they near me. So always when I go to, they ask me, is it back, or I hear something from them that are they bringing it? When I say no. So this year, I heard it, I was very happy. But one thing is that I heard that they say they should bring it December. But I don't want it December.
You don't want it?
Yes, I want it right now.
So you
yes.
You don't want to wait till?
Yes, I don't want to wait to December because it's affect my business.
You made mention of some of the workers here. You know some of them.
Yes, I know
so
some.
How has the business been, and where exactly are they doing their business now that the toll booths are no longer functioning?
Okay, I met some of them at where I stay.
Okay.
Some are hoping drinking bar.
Okay.
And they get the money small, so they hoping drinking bar. Some too, they are helping their mothers at home. Selling petty this thing.
So this is the situation at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. This road links many people from coming from Ashaman, which is across the other way, into Accra, into other parts of the capital. And this is one of the toll booths. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 toll booths here at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. And this used to serve many residents and also commuters and also hawkers here who used to sell some of their stuff on the road. We'll go inside and we'll see the state of some of these toll booths. And as you can see, the entire place is locked, but you can see a bit of rubbish here. I see a broom there. I see some cardboards also lying down there. I see some pure water rubber, and I even see a shoe right there. Wow, interesting what we'll find. So it looks like someone has been living here already. You can see there's a big basin here. There's a bucket. There are some plates. If you zoom in there, there's a jute bag also in there. It looks like someone has packed their stuff here. I mean, we don't know. There are also some cables here, mostly disconnected, I think. So I'm sure we are safe. So almost a similar situation to the other one. Some of the chairs are still here. It's just dirty. The walls are off. The doors are locked. Okay, but that lock is still there. But I'm not sure we would have access to go in there. But if you come right here, it looks like this is like a station post. Okay, so I see like a switch, the power switch, a changeover switch right here. If you come this way, you see a changeover switch right there. So it looks like the electricity was disconnected. I'm sure from 2021 after the cessation occurred. There's even actually an air condition there. Whether it's functioning or not, we can't really tell, but it looks like most of the stuff are still here. We see a lot of cables on the ground as well. There's some books here. I think some record keeping books. Some of the sockets are still active right here. So I have here with me Mr. Daniel. He's also a hawker here at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with us on government's plan to reintroduce toll booths. He's also going to be sharing with us how the cessation of the road tolls have also impacted on his livelihood. Daniel, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, so since 2021, we saw that the toll booths were no longer working. How did that affect you and your business?
Well, actually, we've been selling to our customers there before the road was closed down. Actually, since that time, our business has actually gone down. So it has actually affected us. So if the government says that they're going to reintroduce the toll, I believe that it's a good call.
It's a good call.
Yes.
So initially, how much did you used to sell, and what has the business been looking like from that point to this time?
Actually, we sell a lot of newspapers and then the different kinds of goods.
Okay.
So and after the newspapers, we have several cars who pass in. We know about the papers from us. But I'm not sure that the car pass, they be passing by. They don't even sometimes, they want to buy because
it's free.
It's free. So actually, when there's a road over here, there's a queue over there. Yeah, so we just go around selling to them. But when the road was closed down, no, everything gone down. So that's the situation.
So the government says it wants to reintroduce this back in 2025. Is that too late, or you want it to be early?
Actually, the problem is that before they can reintroduce the tool, there are several things that they have to repair over here.
Yes.
So I believe that before everything can be ready, it will be 2025.
2025.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a young businessman here. His name is Shadrach. He sells coconuts just a few meters away from the Ashaman Toll Plaza. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with me on whether he believes the call by government to reintroduce toll booths is a just one. Shadrach, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. So, Shadrach, how has business been so far for you?
By God's grace, the business is going fine. As usual, everything is going fine.
So remember, in 2021, government decided to stop collecting the road tolls. It's been about 3-4 years now since that. How has that affected your business?
So many ways. The market is not going as usual. at first. Like if the toll booth was there, but the market will go on well, everything will go on well. But the toll booth is closed. Sometimes the coconuts don't finish early. So if they bring the toll booth, it will be better.
It will be better.
Yeah.
But in terms of the number of coconuts that you used to sell, when the toll booth was working and now that it's not working, how has the business been? Has it reduced or it's increased?
Yeah, reduced. Yes.
About how much? How much did you used to make in a day?
I make at least 500 cedi above.
Okay, that was when it was working?
Yes.
Okay, but now?
No.
How much?
Sometimes I'll make 200 cedi, 300 cedi.
So that's almost about 300, 350 cedis off.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll do nights before I'll get my money. Yeah, but if they bring the toll booth back, it will be good for us.
Okay, all right. But generally for you, we know we are in an election year and all of that. Government says that it will introduce this in 2025. Do you think it's too far? Or you wanted to bring they should bring it right now?
They should bring it right now. Definitely right now.
Why right now?
Right now. If they bring it right now, it will help all of us. Look at the man beside there. Because of the toll booth, the work is not going. He's selling newspaper. Because of the toll booth, his work is not going well. I think they bring the toll booth to better.
It will be better.
It will be better for all of us.
So I've been with my good friend Anthony. He's an Okada rider here at the Ashaman. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with me on government's reintroduction of the toll booth in 2025. Anthony, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
Thank you, I'm fine.
Okay. How long have you been here as an Okada man?
Oh, 4 years, yeah.
4 years?
4 years, yeah.
So you were here when the toll booths, they have stopped collecting the toll booths and all of that. It'd be good for you, or you didn't say, right now government say they won't introduce them back again. You didn't say it'd be good or...
Oh yeah, it's a good idea, but before they bring it back, at least the E-levy, they have to scrap it.
Okay, you want them to scrap the
E-levy?
E-levy?
Yes. That's what I have to say.
But why do you want them to scrap the E-levy?
Oh, the E-levy, it's just like you are working and you are struggling, and at the end of the day, the government didn't provide any opportunity for you to work, and you are struggling. At the end of the day, they said the government say you are taxing you. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. So at least the E-levy, they have to scrap it and bring back the toll.
But you know, if they are going to bring back the toll, they have to renovate it. It's not in a good state.
Oh, yeah. And moreover, the person that stopped that toll collector, it caused financial loss to the state. So he has to be jailed. Yes.
The person has to be jailed?
Yes, okay. He has to be jailed. Because at the end of the day, those days, we earn money from there. The government earns something. But now you scrap it. That means at the end of the day, we are not getting nothing. So the person has to be jailed.
So someone must pay for what?
Yes, because of causing financial loss to the state.
So we are still on the tours of the capital to find out the state of road toll booths across the country. We are here at Dodowa, a suburb in Accra, and as you can see, this entire place used to have a number of toll booths here where road tolls were being collected from passengers that normally fly this road. But there's a road construction taking place right here on this road. It starts from all the way the other stretch onto the other side. But as a result of that, they had to clear this entire toll booth. I think about 3 toll posts were right here, but all those booths no longer exist. And if you can see some of the damage right here, you see how some of the metals right here. So you can see that some of the pallets that were holding the post are still here. There's another side of the road that also shows the same situation right there. So this entire place, but it's very important to know that when you are coming on the other side of this road, you will see a signage that says toll booth ahead, 500 meters. But as of the moment, this toll booth no longer exists. To better understand the full impact of the cessation of road tolls across the country, our Ashanti regional correspondent, Nana Prepra, caught up with traders and businesses within the region, and here's what they had to say about a reintroduction in 2025, and they also shared their possible voting patterns ahead of the December 7 general elections.
As the only and quite to me, she has a sign and can't intimidate. There's not one and problem. But only as I can about the food. Yes, I saw you, my egg. You saw me. The mamma is at you come into Abba. It was a master let you as almost a son of Jana Boy. Yes, you are my pine.
Someone now here more and I'll say or more close to no. Eddie, you love you, but what do you say?
May I say me? It's just a minute baby, I'm a cacoya, you might have a monk on a treasure. Sabi, I had a bank account, I can't be a treasure. There's all the chairman, young witch. It will be my union, a baboy. A baboy or mine is also. Come a cracker. Or let me show the idea before for as a boy or mine. Your two moon, a higher mammy, your papa, your baby, and her, your new Yenipana, you couldn't be sure, and one that is almost school. Eddie Bibia, then another day, Pirano, the Panac show.
From traders who thrived on the bustling roadside economy to transport operators now grappling with maintenance costs and fuel price hikes, the cessation of road tolls has had far-reaching impacts on their livelihoods. Our Bono East Regional correspondent, Frank Abwaje, caught up with some traders who ply their trade along some of these roads, and they shared with him the impact of the cessation of these road tolls on their livelihoods.
Aha, the blend say, yes, I'm not your one. Yes, a quan and yet. If the car drew on my mother say, and your pana, woman, your best thrust and rubber a straw, rubber pocho, and Tiasan, not a panacho. Two on some family, yes, I you. Money be training and our hammy, papa. The entire make us a wahamano. A hey, will be addition, will be defended by Vice, will be defended by Josco, will be the shot. New Kuno and a mobile Kuno cry near Dumas, so I found out on Hoso. I owe my won't call out the show, Mutobu, another day, the policy be our way, be a man quad and managing. Name Tobu to know, a higher for a young coast. Today, said to him, oh, we are mobo. Oh, we are mobo. Nyan so be a bit ye, or yan share you, a hair, the air and crack.
Subsequently, our team in the Eastern region, led by Michael Obete, engaged some traders to find out from them whether a reintroduction of the road tolls should be immediate or done in 2025, as pledged by the government. Some of these traders and businesses also recounted their losses within the past few years that the cessation of road tolls has been in full effect.
Shutting down the toll booths it has really affected some of us over here, because when the toll booth was here, business was good, but now that it's not working again, we find it difficult to sell. Sometimes some of the drivers, they also take our money away, but when the toll booth was here, the cars, they do slow down for us to sell, but now that it's no more longer here, they've been taking our money away, and it's really affecting us. So I'm pleading with the government so that you allow the toll booth to come back again.
When the tone is there, for my profit, I get it more. But when it's closed, now we are not selling anything anymore. When it's there, it makes the traffic and we pass through the traffic. But when it's over now, the things is not going on well like how it has been going for the first time.
Since the cessation of road tolls in November 2021, Ghana's roads changed forever, bringing an end to a system that had been part of everyday life for decades. But beyond the relief from queues and delays, this decision continues to affect the nation's revenue generation and road maintenance effort. For some, it was a welcome relief, a break from the daily life of traffic congestion. But for others, the tolls were more than just a fee. For businesses built around these stops, and for thousands of workers who man the booths, this policy shift marked the end of their livelihoods. Now the question remains, how and where exactly will government find the necessary funds to reconstruct some of these demolished road tolls across the country? Do share your comments and suggestions in the video below. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, I am Mauli Aholemega.
woyɛ Ghanani a wakɔbɔ bosia sɛ bangi o sɛ abɔntene o na wode kanti yɛde wakɔto prison meba ya wo a wode ka wankɔ wiade na bosia na wabɔ yɛde wakɔto mo de kwan bia so meyi wa mo aba abɔntene sɛ wo ba o so wo bɛmba wode ka nko an yɛde wakɔto prison a mebeyi wa mo aba abɔntene asɛm a meka kyerɛ mo no ntigana fo a mo abɔ bosia mo de prison mo nyina anya ho kwa sɛ meba ya mebeyi mo nyina mo aba abɛhwɛ mo ma sika no obi anko akɔbɔ bosia na sika no kɔgye na sɛ kwam de oba no aso ntime mo ntime nkura sika no na kwam ne oba ntime yi bi kɔtɔ aduane ma ba di ase yɛkyi wakɔto prison ntime ba beyi mo a wɔde prison a wɔde kadeɛ beyi mo nyina mo aba abɔnten asɛm wɔ hɔ
no na po me also ba fulani for no be me be president of Ghana arentia
fulani for
o me re
akuafo omo kunku omo koto omo owira mu a koto kuani woni owira mu a no kono no de mo ana we de duane
okay
watermelon sei osi watermelon fuom sei pe afa na okun kuani no no ti twa watermelon no na ne mo ana we
okay
na bia omo ko akuafo sa obi aso nka omo pe
so be president a
awrade
o be we de
pa mo bo nyina obi ara nko de krom
na ana Jehovah Witness from so be me de
ana so de me ye fe na mo maji card me me ento so omo se ento aba the card me ye de ma so fatu bi
David
yes ye mfa ento aba ana mo baji na ndo go dem a na risi ato aba na we se na me nipa anto bi enti ana we se na me nipa anto bi enti na ma na anso mo wi afi se le ho afo aje ko go dem wa aje ko go dem enti na anso enti se kai na se nya be se pemiensa ye be se akoto aba no na pemi na mo apem ko mo apem no the whole for Nigeria.
To be president.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
I can't just say the card. No, to them. If I your business. Yes, I'm Fantuaba.
Fantuaba.
Yes, Auntie Beba. School free, no man, I'm the buy. The American, when you start a paper. Oh, him by your travel, what's over for you? Why, baby, I'm fast. I'm a man can't and I don't know some will travel, or not over for you. There's one child that will be a. Ya what you have seven my area. My cat, no, my son, o ka sami ye sabe de abanka me beka me ka ta ye me ni abanka me biaso me de chere mo na mo ka mame me ni abanka agora what the book ya de challenge that can hold the faith at home. So be a one year I feel watching, and yeah, will be a 1 year Ghanani, and then I'm a professor. When you say that, everybody, when I go by everybody, we are day more. We are day more. The bonfires and I'm going to tell you, but be also 1 year of it, where your pass from home, where you need pass from home. The poor Basso, I didn't for one of the poor I don't know what it is. But I can't say, what's it? Did you tell you don't want to say? Yeah, your Bahama can be said. And so say, I may a family. Now, my baby, no more, you. I buy and say, I listen to enforce the bar say, will be on quite church, you know. I won't clone in our clatter since I. Where the above more can say, or your best sign. One fat in the fear number. No one found one for number. To me, I was saying, I did, and one more side be if you no money, if one number goes so. wo mo etimi ehunu na sa wote ha na sa waso ni mo manti wa fa computer atena ho na wa twetwe na dia beto anim a ana fa o gakra etu ala me dase me be ni ya me shira o seye ame ma o pata no na me bi ya me be shira ka seye na shira o na tna ho fe mo ma na ma nyeye na me nsa bo ka so ye no enye no
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign. 2007. Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It's 40 days to the elections, and Ghanaians are eagerly awaiting for December 7th. As the build-up to the general elections, many will be wondering what will influence the decision of voters to cast their ballot for the candidates. We are inside here at Medina Market to engage with Ghanaians to find out what will influence their voting decision. Come along with us. This is GhanaWeb TV.
So abani say me pe me maye because Bible cry me ati say kura ohini ni mu no kro ni butu ana oman akwankyere ni mu no so no eye oman hunu entini so wo oman mu na esi ohina ana esi president ya se na be ye benya mpuntuo ama ya man no na ye daache ye ma enchiri ma so be ba benya fa ahodie ama ye enti no me de madwen kire ni se de enti ameto abai se ne oman no ebe ye nkoso on say first na bibi ti say tankase ya sama oba na oni wokra na ya sama oba wo be kwa kotua enne no eni ho sa enti yesra ye mpanifo se omo ba de enti aye to aba no omo me ye adwuma ne ye maye eno ma na ye ye free mu ni nyina PWD fo na no mo dokwa ho nyina omo mra omo me ye adwuma no na enye tete amamra no yesesa nkofa ho ye nchi se obi ni ma obi kire omumra na aba na yo mbeto ne to mo so enyina ye maye na aba na ye to ya da je ye sey no eno so abanfaso amaye ama oman ni nyina medamase.
So our mother here says she is looking to vote based on development. She is calling for the next government to bring back and reinforce the town council initiatives and then the people that were made to weed and all that, to clear the uncleanliness in the country. So she is looking to vote for somebody who will ensure development of the country.
Ever since our government way back, so now measure so to buy was see a change yes the same. Now just say senior take an near Timinia was near my yet to best times are broso ama just a jedi and grana and your debut. Ten Ukraine meme pesisay was here as a beam. And I say.
So her message is simple. She is advocating for change, and with the change she's advocating for, she wants a candidate who can come and turn things around, make the economy back on its feet, and also the one that can make the standard of living very comfortable for everyone. So that is what she's advocating for.
Na bansu metu a mehwe de oba be siesie omani yie na matu amano onuti na metu aba no because ese an ye bre mi ton fruit fet pawpaw crate ufa crate baako a na endu 90 series ese e fa no 2.5 enti ese a metu aba no de metu mi ntu bi da ba afi we de metu pa ti enu ani se metu ama obi a oba be hye omani si yie amai onuti na metu aba.
So to summarize everything she has said, she says she's going to cast her ballot, and the decision that will influence her is a candidate who will be able to turn around the fortunes of the economy. She complained about the hardship in the country currently, and so she says based on her current standard of living and living conditions, that will be the major thing that will influence her to cast her ballot coming December.
So near me, so I met you say, yes, Nana by with the free education by. But so, I best say, Sukunukra. Nkodan muko omuba no mabe fa be masam san no besa kwana nkodan mu buhwi munye na meso me hu se kamituma jo mahama edan na wasese agunwura mu nyina na nka obaya wa be ye nyina wie na free education ko ho na ya hu se ye man ombetumi akwa nsa na omu ama akwa te se no ma akwa ama no ano enemi pese nka mituma jo mahama oba no abesese ndan na wo nwura mu nyina na manage free education na ye fine nso nemi pe akira nti metu amajo mahama.
So our mother here says she is looking to cast her vote considering the free SHS education, though she commended the initiative, the entire policy. She believes the abandoned school building project, which have been abandoned, needs to be completed to be able to accommodate all the school-going kids. So she will vote based on a candidate who will be able to complete all the abandoned projects and also properly develop the free education initiative better.
Yentimi can say way back, obey sema, way back, obey sema. This and yami. Because they say, we ask me a heading, and you're gonna inquire, who could be bia, we ask a heading. And today, here, Nipanu Beba, yet to Abamanu. And yes, as in J. And now, at the end of a bed, and they here. Yes, your mamma never buy yet, obviously, and nanny yet. And to me, me say, or your mamma a good Nana, because your mom te embrace her. Your mom tem de embrace her by Nana by the yabre and the corridor about pay. Person, eba market, you bring your cons cacra by say, when your cons no bread. Only never to marker. Yes.
So, according to him, he will look at his current standard of living to cast his vote. He complained about the low sales, how things have skyrocketed, prices of goods have increased and all that. So he is looking to cast his ballot for one that can promise and also make things easygoing and affordable for everybody, or for them in particular, the market men and women, to be able to make profit and huge sales at the end of the day.
Oh, about 20 dear. Me consider a nema be me no anam yensa bi. Me wo ho. Me to aba chekakra. Me to aba kofo ni GG penso me to aba. Ena me to aba President Tam penso me to aba. Ena nado nso ne Mahama so me to aba. Na me first aba me to ye no. Benefit a minya ye no. Me gusu enjoy say benefit na bepem ne. Me first aba me to ye na me yerenyam. Kofo ewini ye. Eno di free maternal e buy. Me ba ene owo SS. E ko wo ni free mentua hwe. Me koyi me yere no. Me na o me se be gisan. O so free. Ye no aduan kra ma yen. Ya ma ye pampers ni ade nyina aka ho. Na me de nya me yas. In fact, akola na nyi enne o san enjoy free SHS. Me ba penny ono so awie free SHS. O wie university se me no kasa yi. O the free o me dey free SHS. E she o mase. Enu nti me hwe benefits we no mo a and Ghana ha ananse nkra ha matra che. Enema bebre na akoso. Ehwe nkania na ye problem ayen ubeko fie na yasem me fridge say me dem ne me nyina say because of presso enti me hwe no me compare ene no eso ati fa kra enti me mom de eno ene be inform ama metimi ati gina say aha no metuma bako. Yeah, because me they compare benefits amenya say me no be inform me baby say me to mabako.
Our daddy here says one thing or two things that will influence his voting decision is the free SHS policy and also the fact that Ghanaians have been enjoying constant power supply as compared to the previous government. So many of them here inside Medina Market have explained to us what will influence their voting decisions, from development to peace and stability to free SHS to constant power supply. Many of them are eagerly awaiting for the upcoming December 7th elections to cast their vote. This has been GhanaWeb TV, and my name is Mandy Ajiman.
The duty of confidentiality is to be enjoyed by all classes of patients, of people who visit us in the hospital. Whether the person is a celebrity, a child, an adult, whatever. even a criminal from the prisons who come to us is supposed to enjoy confidentiality.
Hello there. Welcome to another episode of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Echi Atisu. Today we have a very interesting conversation on medical confidentiality. We want to discuss whether or not there is a thin line between that and, of course, the law. When do you decide as a health practitioner, for instance, to share confidential information with somebody other than your client? And is there a law that can override that? Well, we have the right person, the best expert, to be able to help us understand this topic more and more. Dr. Edward Adodankwa is a lawyer. He's also a doctor, and he's our guest on this episode of The Lowdown. Doc, you're welcome to our studios.
Thank you very much. Thanks for
I
having
hope you're
me.
doing very well.
I'm doing great. How are you?
Wonderful. Now, this whole issue of medical confidentiality, especially for a part of the world, is that something that a lot of people know about? First of all, what is medical confidentiality?
Thank you very much. Confidentiality is very important in Medicare. Medical confidentiality is this duty not to disclose what a patient has shared with you to unauthorized third persons without the consent of your patient. This is what is able to give our patients the confidence to approach us, to be able to say all the right things without hiding anything. And by this, we are able to put the pieces together, make accurate diagnosis so that effective treatments could be given. So it is very important. Once it's abused, once patients do not have trust in what they are coming to tell us, that it will remain confidential, they may not come, or they may hide some of the things, and that could impede care.
You say unauthorized. Who are those kinds of people who are authorized? Who gives the authorization? Is it from the doctor's point of view, or is the patient or the client per se?
The information is about the client. The information is coming from the patient. So if you are to break confidentiality or you are to release that information, it should be with the consent of the patient, not the clinician's perspective, but the patient. You may recall recently the Kwame Eugene case where he was admitted to UGMC,
Yes.
and later we were told a staff there, though later it's being discounted, came out to put the information out there, and you saw the public uproar because it is not expected of a doctor or health personnel to come out with such information. But if when it came from a journalist, we hailed the journalist, and Ajafo was hailed for even assisting with them and all that. When the journalist comes out with such information, they are hailed that they were fast, they were able to get a scoop. But if it comes from you, a health worker, it means the message you are sending or the signal you are sending out there is that for all those coming, your information may be released to the public, and that may affect the confidence of care.
But we're also in an age of technology. There's social media and a lot of all the things that goes on online. Now you walk into my health facility, I have my phone, and I see this and I just share it. Is that illegal? Is that wrong to do, even for a health practitioner?
It is immoral, it is unacceptable, and it's against our ethical codes. What a general person may do may be unacceptable when it comes from a professional. In fact, some of our leaders, ex-ministers and co, who told me that at times they go out there to seek health care, not necessarily because Ghana, we don't have competent people to handle it, but sometimes they think their information may not be handled confidentially.
Right here at home?
Right here at home.
Oh, okay. But now there's also the issue of confidentiality and privacy. Are they the same? And where do you go beyond privacy to be able to give out something that's been shared with you in confidence?
Privacy and confidentiality has been used interchangeably, but legally they are different. With privacy, it is this right to prevent all others from intruding into your private space or personal space or having access to your personal information, and that is guaranteed under the Constitution as well. But with confidentiality, the person has already shared this private information with a professional, Maybe the person went for confession with a priest, he has shared the information. The person came to a doctor, he has shared the information. The duty of confidentiality says, you, the professional who has received this personal information in the course of your work, you do not share it with a third person or a third party without the consent of your patient. That's the difference between confidentiality and privacy.
So it means that, but I am a little confused because people who are in public office especially, and we'll get to talk more about that, because that's where most of the time you hear people ask, what happened to this leader? What happened to that person? Now you're a public official. Is your life always private, even medically, that the citizens should not know about what's happening to you?
That's a very interesting question you've asked. The duty of confidentiality is to be enjoyed by all classes of patients, of people who visit us in the hospital. Whether the person is a celebrity, a child, an adult, whatever. Even a criminal from the prisons who come to us is supposed to enjoy confidentiality. There are exceptions where we can break confidentiality. I'm sure we will get there. But a public person is supposed to also enjoy confidentiality. And I will cite the case of Naomi Campbell versus the MGN case. Campbell is a supermodel. She's out there. Her life is out there. But she was attending this Alcohol Anonymous meeting, which is for people suffering all sort of addictions. And she had even covered her head to avoid being detected. The paparazzi picked it up, they took pictures, and it was published. Now she's sued for a breach of confidence. Now the general idea would have been for a celebrity, your information being out there should have been normal, as we normally say. But the law courts made some profound statements. They said that when it comes to health information about a person, it's to be treated as private and confidential.
All the time?
Even with a celebrity. You're asking all the time. There are exceptions. And the exceptions, that's you breach it when there's a need to protect others from being harmed. You may breach it when the law requires you to do so. But anytime personal information like that come in conflict with the right of publication or free press, depending on the nature of the information. In Naomi Campbell's case, what the court said was that people trying to come out of addictions need support. They need affirmation. They need encouragement. If you publish such information, you take them steps back.
Okay.
And therefore, it was ruled in her favor that for health information, it should be treated as private and confidential. Again, depending on the nature or the kind of information we are talking about.
So when can you actually, maybe lawfully, break the medical confidentiality code? When can that actually happen?
Thank you. So confidentiality is not absolute. There are exceptions.
Okay.
And before that, let me bring in the issue of privilege. There is medical confidentiality, but there is no medical privilege. The difference is, for privilege, when you say something is privilege, even the law courts cannot compel you to, release the information or to talk about them. But for medical confidentiality or for medical information, you can be compelled to release them on the authorities of the court or on the authorities of law or any legal institution or lawful institution empowered to do so. And it may even include the police, the Nursing and Midwifery Council, the General Medical Council. They can compel you to reveal information. Now, there's the most important aspect of public interest. At times, it is in the interest of the public for you to release certain information or for you to reveal some information so that others can be protected. Outside the case of the Tarasov versus the Regent University case, a gentleman approached a young lady. The lady refused his advances. He developed some mental health issues and approached a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist. And he revealed to a psychotherapist that he wants to kill the girl for the girl refusing the proposal.
So he said it's in confidence to the
doctor, to the psychotherapist. Okay. Now, is he to reveal this information or not? If he doesn't, somebody's life is on the line.
He may referring to the medical practitioner here.
Exactly. That's the dilemma in which he found himself. But the issue is also confidential because it's your patient you are talking about. He informed even the police. So they detained the gentleman, but he did not inform the young lady or her family. So after the gentleman he was an Indian graduate student. After he was detained briefly and he appeared okay, he was released. But he went to befriend the family.
Of the lady?
Yes, the lady's brother. So which got him closer to the family. If the doctor had revealed the information or notified the family, they would have taken precaution. Because this didn't happen, he got closer to the family. Within a month of making that threat, he killed a girl. Tatiana was killed. So they were found negligent that they should have informed the family or the young lady herself. So here you break confidentiality to protect others, and this is backed in our criminal code as well, the duty to prevent significant harm. A similar thing happened in the UK as well. A gentleman had killed about 5 of his neighbors. That's the W versus the Dr. Egdel case. And he was, taken in. In fact, he was even charged for murder, but later it was stepped down to manslaughter when he pleaded diminished responsibility. So he was sent to a psychiatric institution. Now, at a point, they wanted to release him. So they engaged a private psychiatrist to evaluate him. And the doctor found out that the guy is still dangerous. So they took down that request to get him out. But later, there was going to be another review. And the doctor thought this time, if he doesn't act to inform the Ministry of Interior, the Home Office, they may proceed with that review without his report, because they had not tendered his report. So he breached confidence, or he even breached contract by informing the Interior Ministry or the Home Office, in the case of the UK, and they took action to prevent him from being released. So the guy sued for breach of confidence, and it was said that what the doctor did was in the interest of the public, to protect elements of the public. So confidentiality can be broken when there are such dire consequences if you do not act.
So where does a case like that of our late former president, the late John Evans Atta-Mills, he was sitting president and he died. Up to now, we don't know exactly what killed our former president. In such a situation, with those who are asking, for instance, that we want to know what killed our president, what was really going on with him, and we don't have answers, can you get the court to compel such an information to be given out for just for public interest reasons?
Now, President Mills, at his age, and given the kind of condition he was having, the sort of treatments he had, I would even say he was blessed. And he even lived longer than the average expected, for people who had his kind of condition. That doesn't mean somebody should harm him. But health information is confidential. The Right to Information Act says so, affirms that. Our Data Protection Act equally says so. Now, when a person dies outside the hospital, our Coroner's Act says they should be given to the coroner. Autopsy will be done, and if there is any basis for criminal charges or to take actions in those directions, it will be done. These things were done in the case of Prof. Mills, and the family has affirmed they've received the autopsy report, and they did not indicate there was anything that was criminally incriminating.
Okay.
So we take it as such. And I think the other informations out there have not been compelling or strong enough to compel any other action by government to look into it or otherwise. I'm sure Kadma Mills and the family, they are very strong people, they would have come out. But until they do so, it remains confidential and we can't move into it. And I would even say that the man led a very great life. He's been good, he's been fine, and in the interest of his legacy, I think we could leave it there, unless really there are compelling reasons or compelling facts out to suggest otherwise.
So what about before someone dies, and then maybe before the person dies, puts something on paper and says that I want my people to know this, much as this has been shared in confidence. When we return from the break, we'll let Dr. Adudankwa answer that question for us. We're back from that break, and I asked a question before we went on the break. Doc, now somebody shared information with you in confidence, but before the person dies, writes maybe down that, please share this information with my family. Is that a situation, for instance, that would allow a medical practitioner to break the confidentiality and share with maybe other people like family?
Thank you. Now, as we've established, you do not breach confidentiality unless there are compelling reasons to do so, or the patient has agreed for you to share the information. The wishes of a patient should be respected unless it's rebutted by the public interest reasons or a request by an institution of law or the courts or those exceptions. If a person says, don't reveal what my condition is or my diagnosis, by default, it should be respected. But you realize that if, when a person dies, we issue death certificates, and that is an instruction of law. And the wishes of a person will not override that. So if the very diagnosis he doesn't want to come out happens to be a reason of his death, then that one by law we are supposed to disclose. And we will disclose that.
But how about when it is not?
When it's not, then you don't. When it is not, because you reveal only what is necessary. If the person has HIV and says, I don't want my family to know, that's fair. If the person died of an accident, you don't still go and add the HIV there. It's unnecessary. You reveal what is minimally necessary.
It means that even in death, the confidentiality works even when you are not around.
Exactly. The Geneva Declaration has said it. The modified Hippocratic Oath says so. A person's right to confidentiality outlives even his death, and it should be respected. Like we started the case of Prof. Mayos. It should be respected. I recall the case of the late French President Mitterrand, Francois Mitterrand. Yes, his doctor, his personal doctor, tried publishing a memoir to reveal the struggles with cancer the late president had while he was on the seat. In fact, his estate injuncted him, the doctor. And when he was reported to the legal council, the medical council in France, he was banned even from practicing. And he was fined heavily for that breach of confidence. It was much later that even the book was stopped from coming out. But it was much later that the European Court of Human Rights said, enough of the punishment, at least the book may be released. So yes, deaf people still have their right to confidentiality until the lawful exceptions kick in.
Now, how do health practitioners actually balance these two things? I'm asking this because sometimes the weight of keeping people's information confidential, how do you balance the two and make sure that you are keeping your sanity as well as keeping your trade going so that you don't lose your license, things like that? How do you balance it?
This is very important. There's a balancing act to be done as confirmed in the ABC versus St. George's Hospital case, because there is no fixed rule that disclose breach confidentiality or don't breach. You consider each case on their basis, case by case basis. You consider the factors at play, and that will inform you whether there's a need to breach confidentiality, especially if it's in the public interest or it is necessary to protect somebody, like I cited the Tarasov cases. Now, there are other cases where the court felt it's not necessary to breach confidentiality, because when you breach it, the harm caused is far outweighed, the benefit to be gained when you breach is outweighed by the harm caused. There's a case of X versus Y. 2 doctors were found to be HIV positive, and they were still working as doctors. In fact, they were even operating. So a health worker reviewed the information to a tabloid, and they were going to publish. Typically, they will call the doctor to pick their comments. So the doctors got the information, and they sought an injunction to prevent it from coming out. Now in court, the media houses said there's right to freedom of the press, so they should be allowed to, and that is in the public's interest, so that you know that your doctor has HIV, so that you know what to do, how to protect yourself, whether you even want to go there. Now the judge also said, look, these doctors have it, but they are taking the medications to suppress the viral load or infectivity. They are being counseled, they are taking all the cautions, and therefore the risk of transferring it to another person or infecting a patient is so minimal. And therefore, if you still go ahead, it means health workers should take note that once you get it, or if you're a doctor and you get it, and you allow it to be known, it will come out. In that case, they won't come out to do the test. So she balanced this and said no, it should be injuncted, the story should not come out. That's the case of X versus Y. So the balancing act is done so that we make sure that the overriding interest of the public, if it calls for such breach of confidence, is done. Other than that, it shouldn't.
You earlier mentioned the RTI and other laws that can maybe allow you to get information when you need to do that. Now, even getting information, I want to find out, maybe in a typical case of maybe a law case, we're in court and there is a case that will need certain information, but it's in confidence, and you are called into court as a doctor, but that information you have would help the case. Where's the balance? How do you do that? Is it something the court can easily compel you to even share when you are not even supposed to do that?
Yes, this is a very important one. The court can compel you. Like I said earlier, health information, medical information is not privileged.
Okay.
According to our Evidence Act, Section 103, it's not privileged. So the court can compel you to, if it is in the interest of the public to do so. In fact, there's a case, Hunter versus Mann. The doctor treated two guys who had done hit and run. They hit somebody on the street and they ran away, but they were treated. They got injured, so they were treated in the hospital. So the police approached the hospital for the doctor to give the address and identity of these guys you just treated. And the doctor thought it would be a breach of confidentiality. He was convicted, and even on appeal, he was still convicted. The reason is that you were being asked to do so by a lawful authority, either the courts or the legal institutions. In that case, it has to be revealed, or confidentiality has to be breached for a greater purpose or for a greater interest.
Yeah. Now, to avoid, for instance, the situation of what I asked earlier about whether or not we should know what happened to our late former president and things like that, is it, and we don't do a lot of that yet, that's why I'm asking this question, is it time for instance, our political leaders to openly declare what their health statuses are, so that in the events that there are incidents like these, they would know? There's a recent case of the late former MP for HSO and things like that. There are a lot of these cases. Sometimes we'll ask, but because you're not direct family, you never get to know. Do you think it is time for our politicians to be telling us what their health statuses are?
It is time, and I totally agree that when you are being employed, even ordinarily, there are medical tests to help declare your fitness for the job. Our leaders are employees. The country or the public has employed them to do some jobs, and it can be tough. Our current president has said sometimes he works all night. It takes a lot of stamina to do the kind of things they do. So generally, I am for the call that we should have a way of declaring fitness. And this is also supported by the Constitution, and I know other authorities which have said so. But there are practical difficulties.
What are the difficulties?
I'll tell you. Now, you have a party goes to a conference to elect a flag bearer. And we all know what goes into this. The amount of money spent, the stakes here. So at the very final stage, and then somebody declares them to be unfit. The practical difficulty I see here is who is going to be the person to determine or to declare this fitness or unfitness. As we speak in Ghana, we do not have an independent, say, office when it comes to health. Because the Minister of Health, which appears to be the highest body, is an appointee of the president. Kwelebu CEO, Konfanochi CEO, the other CEOs, the government has a heavy hand in their appointment. So assuming truly an opposition leader is truly not fit, and any of these appointees come out, let's say 2016, and any of our CEOs came out that, let's say, Kufuor was unfit, you can imagine what would have happened in Ghana. Or in this current election, and somebody says that President Mahama is not fit. You can imagine what happens. And can the same hospital, let's say Accra, regional hospital CEO, or any of their CEOs, can they even say that Bawumia is not fit? Will it even be believed? So we don't have an independent office yet. The Ghana Health Service should have been an overall as a head when it comes to the hierarchy, so that probably the Director General could have been in a position to issue something of the sort, at least a certain sense of independence, so that it could be believed. So now there are practical difficulties in doing so. Though what I may suggest, however, is at the flag bearership level, at the party level, for those who submit their need for flag bearership, probably they should ensure some medical assessment to declare their fitness.
So that means at least at the level of maybe executive, they should be able to let out some of information like that, just so your executives know. Are you speaking about maybe at the level of a party?
At the party level.
Okay.
At the party level.
But not for the general consumption, for maybe like you and I, who are not necessarily there.
Now, when it becomes part of the requirement that your flag bearers that you are submitted, the list of flag bearers being submitted to the EC have been declared fit, at least it covers it all.
Okay.
So that we know that whoever is contesting is fit.
Can you lose your license for breaking this confidentiality?
Yes, you can. If you do so,
like that?
If you do so, it's unprofessional. It's a professional misconduct. And I've enumerated some of the consequences when it's broken. Clients may lose confidence in even approaching the health facilities. So yes, you can lose your license, and that's the jurisdiction of the Medical and Dental Council. Patients who have suffered similar breaches can approach the Medical and Dental Council. They are doing a wonderful job. They will look into the matter, and if there should be any sanctions, they will apply.
All right. Dr. Edward Ado Dankwa, thank you very much. This has been an interesting conversation. Medical confidentiality. And even before we go, I just want to find out whether there are a lot of people who actually know about such things as medical confidentiality.
I would say no. Unfortunately, in our system, not many are informed. And at times, I put the blame on the health workers. At times, we are unable to have more time to educate our clients, especially when it comes to these HIV issues. I had a patient who tested positive to HIV, and she said she doesn't want her husband to know, and was pleading with us to keep it in confidence. Apparently, she knew the husband more than us, and she felt when she reveals it, it may lead to violence, she may be attacked, divorce, etc. Now, when it comes to that, what we do is to, again, do the balancing. Now, when a man has HIV, it's almost automatic to give it to a woman. By the first, second, third sexual contact, it's already passed on by way of our anatomy. But when a woman has it, again, by way of our anatomy, it's difficult for them to give it to a man. And when she agrees to take the medications, it further suppresses the viral load, and therefore it makes it very difficult to give it to a man. I had such a patient, and for about 10 years, she kept on taking the drug. She was fine, she was good. And finally, the man discovered it. He saw the drug and he goggled and asked her, what drug is this? And she confessed. So you could imagine the mood of the man. He said for about 2 weeks, the man even left the house, was not talking to her and all that. But later, the man came. Apparently, he had gone to do the test himself and realized he was still negative. So he came back and even patted the wife for taking the drug to protect him.
All those years. Yeah.
So what we say is that when, for instance, a woman is found positive, the priority should be on encouraging her to take the drugs, not going behind her to disclose to the husband or compelling her or coercing her to go and disclose to the husband, because that may bring trouble. And according to the Ghana Youth Commission Act, that should again not be the priority, but get her to take the drug. If she wants to disclose, that's fine. But where she says she doesn't want to disclose, you do not push her or go behind her to do so. It could lead to loss of confidence.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Edward Ado Dankwa. He is a lawyer, a senior medical practitioner, and also a medicological practitioner. Thank you, sir, for the education on this very important subject of medical confidentiality.
Thanks so much, H.A.
All right. So thank you very much for joining us. This has been The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. I sat in for your regular host, Daniel Odro. Until another time, be kind to one another.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It's 40 days to the elections, and Ghanaians are eagerly awaiting for December 7th. As the build-up to the general elections, many will be wondering what will influence the decision of voters to cast their ballot for the candidates. We are inside here at Medina Market to engage with Ghanaians to find out what will influence their voting decision. Come along with us. This is GhanaWeb TV.
So abani say me maye because Bible cry me ati say kura ohini ni mu no kro ni butu ana oman akwankyere ni mu no so no eye oman hunu entini so wo oman mu na esi ohina ana esi president ya se na be ye benya mpuntuo ama ya man no na ye daache ye ma enchiri maso beba benya fa ahudie amaye enti no me de madwen kire ne se de enti ameto abai se ne oman no ebe ye nkoso on se first na bibi ti se tankase ya sama oba na oni wokra na ya sama oba wo be kwa kotua enne no eni ho sa enti ye sere ye mpanifo se omo ba de enti aye to aba no omo me ye adwuma ne ye maye eno ma na ye afiri mu nyina PWD fo na no mo dokwa ho nyina omo mra omo me ye adwuma no na enye tete amamena ne yesesa nkofa ho ye nti se obi nima obi kire omumra na abana ya ombeto ne to mo so enyina ye maye na abana ya to ya da ade ya sey no eno so abanfaso ama yen ama oman ni nyina medamase.
So our mother here says she is looking to vote based on development. She is calling for the next government to bring back and reinforce the town council initiatives, and then the people that were made to weed and all that, to clear the uncleanliness in the country. So she is looking to vote for somebody who will ensure development of the country.
Ever since our government way back, so nyamumwa diama ye na mesha so atu abai wasi ye change yes same na chese say ni take an no ni etiminya because nyama ye to be say times abro so ama chese dwedie ni kura na enye de bio te no kura ni me pese say wasi yes se bibie mu na say.
So her message is simple. She is advocating for change, and with the change she's advocating for, she wants a candidate who can come and turn things around, make the economy back on its feet, and also the one that can make the standard of living very comfortable for everyone. So that is what she's advocating for.
Na bansu metu a mehwe dia oba be siesie omani yie na matu aman onu ti na metu aba no because esi an ye bre me ton fruit fet pawpaw crate ufa crate ba ko a na endu 90 series sesi e fa no 2.5 enti sesi an metu aba no dia metu mintu bi da ba afi we dia metu pa ti enu ani se metu ama obi a oba be hye omani si yie aman onu ti na metu aba.
So to summarize everything she has said, she says she's going to cast her ballot, and the decision that will influence her is a candidate who will be able to turn around the fortunes of the economy. She complained about the hardship in the country currently, and so she says based on her current standard of living and living conditions, that will be the major thing that will influence her to cast her ballot coming December.
So near me, we are met to say, yes, Nana by a with the free education by. But so says Sukunukra. Nkodan muko omuba no mabe fa be masam san no besa kwana nkodan mu hwi munye na meso me hu se kamituma jo mahama edan na wasese agunwura mu nyina na nka obaya wa be ye nyina wie na free education ko ho na ya hu se man ombetumi akwa nsa na omo ama akwa te se no ma akwa ma no ano enemi pese nka mituma jo mahama oba no abesese ndan na wo nwura mu nyina na manage free education na ye fine nso nemi pese ntimetu amajo mahama.
So our mother here says she is looking to cast her vote considering the free SHS education, though she commended the initiative, the entire policy. She believes the abandoned school building project, which have been abandoned, needs to be completed to be able to accommodate all the school-going kids. So she will vote based on a candidate who will be able to complete all the abandoned projects and also properly develop the free education initiative better.
Yantimi kase way back, abeye sema, way back, abeye sema. This enyami because say awiase ayedin, anye Ghana nkwa, uko bibia awiase na ayedin. Enti de hinya nipa no beba yeto abama no. Enya asunje. Ana ade na ebede ebedi, ena ye hinya. Ye say jo maham na eba ye, obi nsi na na ye. Enti mi aji kire mi say, o jo maham na good Nana, because your mom te embrace your mom tem de embrace by nana by the yabre and no correct about pay. Person eba market ye benye cons kakra by say benye cons no bre. Only never to maka. Yes.
So according to him, he will look at his current standard of living to cast his vote. He complained about the low sales, how things have skyrocketed, prices of goods have increased and all that. So he is looking to cast his ballot for one that can promise and also make things easygoing and affordable for everybody, or for them in particular, the market men and women, to be able to make profit and huge sales at the end of the day.
Oh, about 20 dear. Me consider a name be me no anami and sabi. Me ohun me to aba chekakra. Me to aba kufo ni GG penso me to aba. Ena me to aba President Tamo penso me to aba. Ena nado nso ne Mahama nso me to aba. Na me first aba me to ye no. Benefit me nya ye no. Me gusu enjoy say benefit na bepone. Me first aba me to ye na me yerenyam. Kofo ewini ye. Eno di free maternal e buy. Me ba ene owo SS. E kwa wo ni free mentua hwe. Me koyi me yere no. Me na omo se be gisan. Oso free. Ye no aduan kra ma yen. Ya ma ye pampers ni ade nyina aka ho. Na me de nya me yas. In fact, akola na nyi enne or sign enjoy free SHS. Me ba penny or no so a free SHS. Or we university semi no say. Or the free omni day free SHS. A show must say. And unti me share benefits we no more. And Ghana ha anasa nkra ha matra che. Eniema bebre na akoso. Ehwe nkania na ye problem ayen vie na yasem. Me frigi say me dem ne me nyina say because of presso. Enti me hwe no me de compare ene no eso ati fa kra. Enti me mom de eno ene be inform me ama metimi ati gina say aha no metuma bako. Yeah, because me they compare benefits amenya say me no be inform me baby say me to mabako.
Our daddy here says one thing or two things that will influence his voting decision is the free SHS policy, and also the fact that Ghanaians have been enjoying constant power supply as compared to the previous government. So many of them here inside Medina Market have explained to us what will influence their voting decisions, from development to peace and stability to free SHS to constant power supply. Many of them are eagerly awaiting for the upcoming December 7th elections to cast their vote. This has been GhanaWeb TV, and my name is Mandy Ajiman. It's 61 days to the general elections, and Ghanaians are gearing up for the moment. GhanaWeb's campaign trail makes a stop today at the Ayawaso West Wuogon Constituency, which is highly being contested by NDC's John Setodumelo and NPP's Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan, who happens to be the sitting NP. Being an NPP stronghold, it begs the question if NDC's John Dumelo can capture the seat for his party. The constituents get to make that decision. We are currently at East Legon American House to speak with constituents on the performance of their MP and also what decisions influences their decision to cast the ballot. Welcome to GhanaWeb's campaign trail.
Me mom de ma bande kwama your friend is NDC ni no. John Dumelo said I know na to ma ba man. Me de omon ka hwe ba MPP for no mo ba so a om beskata ha mo bebubu ha nyina na nneoma ye basa ba ndi so for ndi omo ba omo nya ne sa. Nti me de nti ameto ama Dumelo ni say minim so oba say ebubu na omo bubu ha no enkoso. MPP for no omo ba power omo bebubu omo beskata omo say ye nneoma nyina. Ba minim say ndi si de omo ba bibia be fine. Nti me de meto ama Mahama ene Dumelo.
So in summary, our mother is saying that she will cast her vote for the NDC and the NDC representative John Seto Dumelo. According to her, when NDC is in power, there are lots of developmental projects that goes on in the constituency as compared to that of the NPP. Speaking on the performance of Lydia Al-Hassan, she claims she personally hasn't seen any developmental projects yet. That could be different in other people's cases.
Lockdown in Bayern, Mali dia be boy. Koye ni binu ye ti fi ni hwe. Ko bat o my duane ehwe si say hu ti say o my nsuo free nyama nyina wanje hwe no ye my. Ba me timi to aba. Me timi ntumo bi for send the obo me da no. Na me to man. Me to man we ba o me.
So basically he is casting his vote for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan at Ayawaso West Wuogon Constituency. According to him, during the lockdown, their current MP, Lydia Al-Hassan, really helped them in immense ways. So he is casting his ballot for the NPP.
Because when lockdown by no on one affair, my issue or my Adriane, two, a drew say bebu hands was so dinner Emma Ayawaha tongue dear to Waboy and Pa baby. To me, no, the mammy dinner so I may better abandon say Emma Baumudu Baumian say free education a buyer no, Mima, I could be. And none of them must sign dinner so no matter abandon among.
So our mother here will cast her vote for the NPP, which echoes the sentiments of many of the constituents here. Equally, she also made mention of how helpful Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan was to them during the lockdown. She provided them with food, water, and other stuff. So she is casting her ballot for the NPP.
Me tuama John Dumelo ne John Mahama. No na me hu say omo ba ye no. Hu say Mahama say hospitals are osisi ye, schools are osisi ye. Bebre na wo ho anka omo commission ne schools are osisi ye bebre ne ba ya anka menjin this a double track e be wo so ye mba no ebre.
Our mother here she's more aligned towards the NDC and John Seto Dumelo. She will cast her vote for the NDC. According to her, she believes the NDC has a lot more to do as compared to the NPP. She complained bitterly about abandoned projects under the current government, and she hopes that if she casts her ballot for the NDC, they will be able to complete abandoned projects and make the country more developed.
Any of them at all can come into power. What they are coming to do is just, it depends on the people, whether it will be in the interest of the people. And if that's the case, then maybe like any of them, if the one who gets the votes, sure, I'm cool with it. Oh, for me, she has done her best. She has done her best. So if they should give him the mandate again, maybe she will improve more. So she can. Yeah, she can try. I mean, they are all trying, so yeah.
And you think Dumelo can also try?
Both of them, because they also have something ahead to do. So why not? The one who gets the votes should go. I'm cool with them all.
This is still Campaign Trail on GhanaWeb TV. We are still in the Ayawaso West Wuogon Constituency, and we are currently inside Bawaleshi to engage with the constituents on the performance of their MP and if they believe her opponent will be able to unseat her. Come with us.
Oh, MP notice on Modiano quarry when you're in Moyadi. Kaka MP notice the Oyadi. But mean to me, and Yamin Kwana me vote. Mean to me, can say, Obiani na dream. Me ma adwin de oya ade ma me. If you say so enye say hu akere pe. Wo nkwa nenem na obejawo. Wo nkwa ne fie nsu na obe hu kraman bi wo. Wo nkwa ne fie no spirit bi be pam. Wo kwa ne wo kwa ne wo how dia de ye wo han de obe solve ama. Ba onu nkwa de MP na wo ade. Oni enti boni wa. Enti me ntu me nka say ebi wo me vote ebi wo me vote. Ebi say me ble.
So as a constituent in the Ayawaso West Wuogon, she is looking at the one who can deliver the country from its economic woes and difficulties. According to her, that person will be the one she will cast her vote for. And for who she's going to vote for, she says it is only her who knows her decision. So we wait to see in December.
For me, I don't really do party lines. Me party, and I'm sure will be more than more. Say baby, I got Bruno. We are in 2024. Yeah, pe impuntua edi nyina ye ekoyanim. Enya obi awo ba eye because of party way and e ba ye. Say am no ka say no. Oba pesua we say so a. Mama Lydia onam no si toilet, public toilet. Emma manfo. Ko efie mu around her. Toilet, public toilet no si. Public toilet omo fanya den. Public toilet omo fanya den. Okra den ke to abama wo say woyɛ mrahye bedwani enti kɔ na kɔ boama yɛn mra ebetimi akɔ long way aboa enkofo anase nipa omote sa mpota we mu anase sa constituency we mu mo so relaxed me who say MPO hwan yo they are just playing. Dumalo is on UG campus ana obasi students ekɔ omu fie omama kwanto na ebasi omu kɔ omu fie, which I know so that project no will take more than thousands of cities. Sasika no obi ayeduma gu no botom no akwa fund this project no obetra so on try so obe recruit Sasika no 2024 I'm not voting. Why? I'm not voting. I voted in past elections, but this year I'm not voting, and this is the only protest I can do for Mother Ghana by not voting, and that is the only reason I'm not voting. Because who should I vote for? I'm asking, who should I vote for?
It's up to you to decide.
Who should I vote for? For what? To do what?
I can't kwande. Nansi ya eba betu abano. Ena potros no be kata so mae. Ena ya eba betu abano ansa na mo start ye o mo toilet kakra ye den. Ema ye na enu ne kwande. Mo mu mienu ni na mo yepe. Omba we kasa de. Ada ye. Edu sa time na om betu abano de. Enu de ebe hu omo. Na ebe kakra ye tu abano wi a enu anu no bia amba ye nchen bio. Ti se be san twen ya ti se 4 years ansana ya be de. Oma san be hwe enim no mama ye 113 ni 223 nipa kro baba be kache so o se me ba mutu aba ne mama na me be disu a so wo hia mbo a o pese onji loan and o pese onsu ade pam o pese onye hairdresser adwuma wo ba office we a ye be tro di na ya sure wo ni nipa kro be bo akra wo be ko adwuma na wo be didi no oma be san ma ska wo be de obetimi dia ba adwuma no wa ye kakra apon atimi apon ho eno ne dia beto ama no sisia de eno ne dia ewo mitirimu okoko mitin ne kire.
All right, so for all that she has said, she is looking for a candidate who will center or who will base their message on the well-being of the constituents, someone who will provide them with jobs and properly take care of constituents who are found wanting. And for who she's going to cast her vote for, she says the power belongs to her. So for now, she's going to conceal it and make that decision come in December.
Currently, she's performing very well in terms of infrastructure, because recently I heard she's doing like toilets for those around to ease in case of midnight when you have a run-in, you get easy access to the place. And I think she's doing so well. That's what I have heard and I've seen. But the other ones, I can't see much. Yes. So far, so good. She's doing so well. For me, I'm a youth. So I want something that will help the youth in terms of employment, when there is employment, because currently I'm done with school. I'm doing service. That one particular thing will influence me to vote, because employment is key. When there is employment, there is source of income, and then that's all.
I've lived in around University Star Village. When you go to University Star Village, for so many years I've lived at the University Star Village. I've never seen even a renovation in the Star Village School. Now she has renovated the place, get a 6-unit classroom blocks built. We have never had anywhere that we can do this, our community research. She has even put up a community place. Bale, she has a community place at least. You could see, ever since she becomes an MP from 2018, you could see our roads. For me, I'm a single voter. I'm just a single voter. I will go and vote for Lydia Sarah Malhassan.
We are inside Jawulu, Baira Junction to be specific, in the Ayawaso West Wuogon Constituency. We are here to interact with the constituents on the performance of their MP and what they make of their campaign messages. This is Campaign Show on GhanaWeb TV. Come with us.
Wow, my manager, Mama Lydia, I'm sorry. Obaye, I no good kwan with my first name futuro kwan. Me will be pa. Edu year be I say first time na. But I bet check books in the back man school kolani na. Oye be pa. Oh, for me dear senga me sha. Impuntu na ma many year na made na so. But I me dia to abawano.
So our brother here is speaking highly of Lydia Al-Hassan, who is contesting the Ayawaso West Wuogon seat for the NPP. And according to him, she has done so well that she has starred most of the roads. The roads initially used to be untarred and dusty, but now, since she assumed power, she has starred most of the roads. So definitely, he's going to cast his vote for Lydia Al-Hassan.
Like I'm gonna get Nicola 7. Nicola 7. Na say ama me bra ma back when we SS back so SS. That's a similar one me bra. Na say awa baba so bo so na ambo ma. Nti man to abempa enkaye. Enti this am wa ile. Na say ha na mo ze nyum retwem na wa ti shirt wa mo. Me 50 cents menje. Because 50 cents the day ya mo tum bi so we zin wa asa. Enti me menje. Enti mama ka try there bana woloba no me ewiase no engo kakra but leader no pe na ya obabush no onye bakasa e wo bebe ayete no e ya wo so pere wotunye mete high tension aso hade e ya wo so botunye na ba ma me akapacho no mo wotunye because nya igo ye mba tension wotunye na ye kuma ejuma enyi won ya aba bi pe ejuma ntima mo wotunye o na wa aba obo nya aba kasa leja ayo tu kele o hia mba no bi no wa abo he kakra one de tesa me am ko nyina de no ho a to be kama koma ma to ama.
According to her, she is looking for a candidate who will implement good policies that will benefit the future kids and her family as well, and not one that will come sharing T-shirts and other inferior stuff. According to her, on the performance of Lydia Al-Hassan, she has performed exceptionally well. But as to who she will cast her vote for, she gets to decide on December.
Ya bebugu mi ha mi nya baby ne ya adwuma no me de na mato aba to no me de na mato se me to aba I have to get a stand se me gina so se we na wa ya ama me enti me to aba ma no me man to ase me vote ba ko na anya hwe 4 years ago or try e kwan ni bebiri enti nanka se o to aso no see a quine baby a per market, per baby, my market.
She complained bitterly over neglect from the authorities and regarding the performance of the Member of Parliament of Ayawaso West Wuogon. She claims that the NP hasn't really done anything that will convince her enough to cast her ballot, and that she has decided not to cast a ballot and to boycott the coming general elections.
Ma Lydia Modie, yeah, what you're lying down. Ombaha. Mina me to Abamano. This year, Missing to Abaman. She said, what me see, baby. Not your for the one damp way. Last so by a so called bush, now call your head in one mouth. Come down. Yes, it's a crown, baby, say how. Not solve my. Yeah, it's your other Lydia the why cry, me cry in Ayaka. Because the man and Cosso. Because any phone any nam, a discount man for to be brave trauma and this phone on to man. ni oha de wan yire ne ho a se ne ha ya ye kofo kro kaseti ano se ne ha ya ye obi a ye ne de ani tan de won sorry na be bia wo no nko ana osiesie wona ha de o ma mesiesie a bi nyame ntuma obi a minni obi a ho idea na nka Lydia de na nka o hyemeyem ba se me yi ne sinchen se me ntu sorry me ntu aba ma MP bia because my two aba man 3 times ni hu hwe last NDC we be ni na ma hey minya 200 bi share me ho omkwa me ntu aba ma but minya share me ho me di twasi na why to aba ma om de o mfa akra na watuka na yesu etukwan ntu enti ma this year die mukwa muka che me na meka obelu olusuawi.
Our mother here is a provision seller, and she has complained bitterly over the neglect of Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan. According to her, lots of the roads are not properly rehabilitated, and that she is not going to vote this year. According to her, despite the opponent's message, she's still not going to cast her vote, and she has cautioned the NPP parliamentarian Lydia Al-Hassan to improve on her work, else she may lose her chances.
Yenya problem wa hashiye obia mfie omu bia mfie eti yabre abano kra ye nkoto bium eti yefa ku enko bia wa yehwe ambo aye enu kra ye to abama no eti ye kra ye bufo afu enu nya agro ye boafo wa papa ye kosa la ye gina wianu mu ade ye kokromoti ni ye nan ni ye nsa ni ye tinyina ade aboa no wa ba so no ya hu san bia.
According to this artisan, he says the sitting MP hasn't done anything to help them individually. They encountered a problem, but none of the candidates even bothered to come and commiserate with them and even offer any assistance to them. So due to that, they are not going to cast their votes coming December 7th. We are here inside Agbelempe in the Ayawaso West Wuogon Constituency. This seat is highly contested by NPP's leader Seyram Al-Hassan, who is the sitting MP, and NDC's John Seto Dumelo, who aims to create history by capturing the seat for the NDC. We are here to engage the constituents on what they think about the two candidates and the performance of their MP so far. Come with us.
What I can say is that Auntie Lydia is doing her best as an MP, because first in Agbelempe there's nothing like a police station, but with the help of her and the assemblyman, we now have a police station that will be open very soon. And about Mr. John Dumelo, he too, I knew he came even last Sunday he came to our church to speak to the congregation concerning his plans for the constituency or the area. So what I can also say about what he said or her statements, you can see that truly if he comes on power, he can also help in building the constituency. So what I can say is that it's about what the vision they have and how I can see that they can help. That will make me to vote. I can't say I'll vote for NPP or NDC, but their statements and how I see that, yes, what they are saying, it's not just words they are using, but it's something they wanted to do to help. That's how I'll stand on to vote.
But sana na ya camouflage. Odi oma wosikani wi a onfa wonye hwe. Diasu enye sikenti na ye wo eman mu. Nkoso na yepe. Eno na yepe wo. Aha enye streets a. Ka no ye ni bia yebetwe ye no so ema ye mfaso. Enti ya ma no dwe tire na yepe e de aye adwuma. Enye 5 million 50 cedi 20 cedi enye no na ye wa.
So to her, she isn't impressed with the performance of the MP so far because she hasn't really seen any developmental works ongoing. According to her, the women are clamoring for capital to start their businesses. That is what they are looking for. And if she can be able, or any candidate who can be able to do that, will be the one to secure their votes.
First, I know I have to move from shop to shop. No, ni ya be kasani ade no, be mani de no ya onye ni sa. Aha. E na oba no nso no. O kai say corona time na adwuma ni say ye no. ɔno kora tumi frɛ yɛ nyinaa sɛ o ɔmo pamadeɛ hairdresser foɔ no ɔmo bra na nka ɔmo mboa yɛ nti ampampara nso ɔtumi yɛyɛ ɛna kwan no nso no watumi asiesie sese abelenkpe rose bebre na ɛso ayɛ kama nti wayɛ adeɛ oh ni performance na ɔdwene pa ho ɔyɛ obi a ɔdwene pa ho ɔyɛ adeɛ pa.
So, according to her, the performance of the sitting MP and how well she treats her people, her constituents, is what will influence and convince her to cast her vote for the sitting MP. According to her, the opponent is hardly seen around the area as compared to the sitting MP, which she believes will be an easy win for the sitting MP.
Me MP ni de oyade. Oyade papa. Inside say, ye kwan eda ekọ down ha say na esunye. Watimi abesiesie waye ne yie ohwe omo a omu ni bi ekunafo tese oboa ye patim ha. Ba kuna ni na yi no ye kan sen. De one ne preso ne de me share antene cancer. Oba but senior meti we kano maintain cancer.
According to her, the sitting MP has done exceptionally well with regards to her performance. She has been able to tar all the roads. Initially, prior to her winning the seat, the road was untarred, but she has been able to develop the roads, and that she is hopeful that she will retain her seat and she will also cast her ballot for the sitting MP.
Oh, but so far why we street am why light am so penisa me friends me penasa me amanu.
According to him, he is not basing on the messages, the campaign messages the politicians have to offer. He will cast his vote for the sitting MP because he likes her in a much, in a different way. Let me put it that way, for lack of a better word. And the MP has done exceptionally well. She has reconstructed the roads and given them street lights as well. Our campaign trail ends inside Abelenpe of the Ayawaso West Wuogon Constituency. We have spoken to several constituents who have expressed mixed reactions about the two contenders. A lot of them are aligning towards Lydia Sarah Malhassan. Others are also aligning towards her opponent, John Seto Dumelo. We bring you to an end of today's campaign trail. Mandy Ajiman reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007. Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Now the canty, Yadi wako to please. Mebaya, wa the car, one go we are the Nabosiano about Yadi wako to Modi. When be as may you are more about one. So about so remember what the count one Yadi wako to please. Maybe you are more about one thing. As someone will catch them. The Ghana for more about was saying what the prison when you are young was it. Maybe I am a baby in our mother. I have a mama. The Sicano will be uncle Uncle here. Mrs. Carol, that's a common over no assault to him, one to him, Prasicano. The common over, and to me, you control the animal, I say, and you are to prison. And to me, baby, you want what the prison and what the cardiac, be you in our mother one thing. Some more.
And yeah, no. Now, for me, I also buy a full and for November day. By President of Ghana. Are they here? Oh, Mary. I could have formed a kunku and walk to a more than one, who to anyone in them. Okay. What I will say was what I will from say, Pet. I want no cook anymore. What you shout at me, none of one of it. Okay. Let be our work for us. I will be out on town with me. So, by President, over there. I'm woman, I will be a room. Nah, and I, your business for some women. I also damn it, I mean, I'm a magic card, so I was sent to the card, I had the master to be. Debbie, yes, I'm fan to Abba. And I'm begging to go with them one. Not this year to Abana, was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I was in the pan to be empty, and I'm an answer. When we have visited a half, I go with them. I want to go with them, and then it is a kite. Let's say, I've said, Pimians are. The rest I got trouble and then Pimmy, not the Martin. The half one I gave you, to be President. Oh, magic card. But the card, I can't just say the card, never got to them. Never for your business. Yes, I'm fan to Abba. As Auntie Baba, school friend, I'm the buy. The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by your travel was over for anymore. Why that baby? I'm fast. I'm a man and I don't know some will travel or not over for anymore. There's one try that chair will be a. Yeah, what you have a seven year? My area. My grandfather, my son, what can some year? I saw the America, Rebecca. My grandfather, many America. Maybe yes, they tell one I want to have many America.
Baby, I was with me. Need I actually come up. What the book are, the charity that can't hold the play can't hold. So, yeah, 1 year I feel watching, and yeah, will be a 1 year gonna and then I'm going to face when you say I'm everybody. When I go by everybody, we are day more. We are day more. The bonfires and I'm going to tell you, but be also 1 year of it, where your bass from where you need pass from. Me boa baso pro ha yi ni ko no fe wo ko ba ala na wo tete sa me na me kan tete me pe wo se ni pa bionu wa se ya ya ba ha ma ka bi se en se nka me ya fa me na me baby na wo de yi wo mo ai ba ni se yi senteni force de ba se wo bia nko tre ni no ewo nkuro nyina wakrata sensan we dia ba mo kran se odi obesai no won fa ni fie no ma no won fa wono ani fo no ma timi akwasai hajeje wo mo sai bia de fie no ma de fo no ma goso wo mo etimi hunu na sa wote ha na sa wo so ni mo ma nti wa fa computer tena ho na wa twetwe na de abeto ani mo a
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign. 2007. Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana
cedis. Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It's 40 days to the elections, and Ghanaians are eagerly awaiting for December 7th. As the build-up to the general elections, many will be wondering what will influence the decision of voters to cast their ballot for the candidates. We are inside here at Medina Market to engage with Ghanaians to find out what will influence their voting decision. Come along with us. This is GhanaWeb TV.
So abani say me maye because Bible cry me ati say kura ohini ni mu no kro no butu ana oman akwankyere ni mu no so no eye oman hunu entini so wo oman mu na esi ohina ana esi president ya se na be ye benya mpuntuo ama ya man no na ye daachi ye ma enchiri maso beba benya fa ahudie amaye enti no me de madwen kire ne se de enti ameto abai se ne oman no ebe ya nkoso on say first na bibi ti se tankase ya sama oba na oni wokra na ya sama oba wo be kwa kotua enne no eni ho sa enti yesre ye mpanifo se omo ba de enti aye to aba no omo me ya adwuma ne ye maye eno ma na ye ye firi mu ni nyina PWD fo na no mo dokwa ho nyina omo mra omo me ya adwuma no na enye tete amamra ne yesesa nkofa ho ye nti se obi ni ma obi kire omumra na aba na ye ombeto ne to mo so enyina ye maye na aba na ye to ya da je ye seye no eno so abanfaso amaye ama oman ni nyina medamase.
So our mother here says she is looking to vote based on development. She is calling for the next government to bring back and reinforce the town council initiatives, and then the people that were made to weed and all that, to clear the uncleanliness in the country. So she is looking to vote for somebody who will ensure development of the country.
Ever since our government we back na measure so to abai wasi change yesem na chese se ne take an no ne etiminya because niam aye toto be say times abro so ama chese dwedie ni kura na enya da bio te no kura ni me pese wasi yesese bibie mu na say.
So her message is simple. She is advocating for change, and with the change she's advocating for, she wants a candidate who can come and turn things around, make the economy back on its feet, and also the one that can make the standard of living very comfortable for everyone. So that is what she's advocating for.
Na ban so me to a me hwe de oba be siesie o mani yie na mato amano no ti na me to aba no because I see an ye bre me ton fruit fet pawpaw crate ufa crate back wa na endu 90 series say fa no 2.5 enti say me to aba no de me to me to bi da ba afi we de me to pa ti enu ani say me to ama obi o ba be hwe o mani si yie amai no ti na me to aba.
So to summarize everything she has said, she says she's going to cast her ballot, and the decision that will influence her is a candidate who will be able to turn around the fortunes of the economy. She complained about the hardship in the country currently, and so she says based on her current standard of living and living conditions, that will be the major thing that will influence her to cast her ballot coming December.
Nana Baye with the free education by, but so say sukunu kura. Nkodan omuko omuba no mabe fa be masem sansa no besa kwana nkodan omumbu hwi munye na meso me hu se kamituma jo mahama edan na wasese agunwura munyina na nka obaya wa be ye nyinyina wie na free education ko ho na ya hu se man ombetumi akwa nsa na omo ama akwa te se no ma akwa ma no anu enemi pese nka mituma jo mahama oba no abesese ndan na wo nwura munyina na manage free education na ye fine nso nemi pa chira ntimetu amajo mahama.
So our mother here says she is looking to cast her vote considering the free SHS education, though she commended the initiative, the entire policy. She believes the abandoned school building project, which have been abandoned, needs to be completed to be able to accommodate all the school-going kids. So she will vote based on a candidate who will be able to complete all the abandoned projects and also properly develop the free education initiative better.
Yantimi kase way back, abeye sema, way back, obeye sema. This enyami because say awiase ayedin, anye Ghana nkwa, uko bibia awiase na ayedin. And today here nipa no beba yeto abama no. Enya asunje. Ana ade na ebede ebedi ena ye hia. Ye say your mama na eba ye, obi nsi na na ye. Enti me da me agi kire me say o your mama na a good nana because your mom te embrace your mom tem de embrace ba nana ba de yabre and ko ready ba ko pe first no e ba market e benye cons kakra ba se se benye cons na obre oni na vet maka. Yes.
So according to him, he will look at his current standard of living to cast his vote. He complained about the low sales, how things have skyrocketed, prices of goods have increased and all that. So he is looking to cast his ballot for one that can promise and also make things easygoing and affordable for everybody, or for them in particular, the market men and women, to be able to make profit and huge sales at the end of the day.
Oh, about 20 dear. Me consider a near bear me no anami and sabi. Me oh, me to a batch kakra. Me to a bar, kufoni Gigi, pencil me to a bar. And me to a bar, President Tamo pencil me to a bar. And another so ne Mahama so me to aba na me first aba me to ye no benefit me nya ye no me gusu enjoy say benefit na bepon ne me first aba me to ye na me yerenyam kofo ewini ye and odi free maternal e buy me ba ene owo ss e ko wo ni free mentua hwe Mikoyi me no mi na omo se abeji san oso free enu aduan kra ma yen ya ma ye pampers ni ade nyina aka ho na me de nya me yas. In fact akola na nyi enne o san enjoy free SHS me ba pani ono so awie free SHS o wie university se me no kasa yi o de free o me na de free SHS e she o mase enu nti me hwe benefits we no mo a and Ghana ha anasa nkra ha matra che enema bebre na akoso ehwe nkania na ye problem ayen ubeko fie na yasem me fridge say me dem ne me nyina say because of presso nti me hwe no me compare ene no eso ati fa kra nti me mom de eno ene be inform ama metimi ati gina say aha no metuma bako yeah because me dey compare benefits amenya say me eno be inform me baby say metuma bako.
Our daddy here says one thing or two things that will influence his voting decision is the free SHS policy and also the fact that Ghanaians have been enjoying constant power supply as compared to the previous government. So many of them here inside Medina Market have explained to us what will influence their voting decisions, from development to peace and stability to free SHS to constant power supply. Many of them are eagerly awaiting for the upcoming December 7th elections to cast their vote. This has been GhanaWeb TV, and my name is Mandy Ajiman.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007, I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
You know the saying that goes like your health is your wealth. So we are going to put your health in focus. Welcome to Health Focus with me, Stella Jejomsogli. Today we are going to talk about a very important subject, a condition that every human being is liable to get at any point in their lives. Whether children, young people, old people, everybody can get diabetes. Yes. To help with the discussion today is Farm Mariam Apreku. She is a pharmacist. Hello, Mariam.
Hello.
Thank you very much for joining us on Health
Focus.
Pleasure. So we are talking about diabetes. What is the opposite of diabetes?
Okay, so when we talk about diabetes, we typically mean that there is too much sugar in your blood. That's the layman's point of view. So the opposite is too little sugar in your blood. But then we also know that what we want to achieve as health professionals is having a normal level of sugar in your blood.
Okay, that brings me to my next question. What is a normal level of sugar in your body?
Okay, so when we have something called your fasting blood glucose, that is the amount of sugar you have in your blood when you've not had any meal for at least 12 hours. So you should have it, depending on the meter that you are using to check your sugar level, you should be between 3.5 and 6.5. But some meters might vary, but it should not be too much. It could be maybe 3 to 7, but mostly you find them between 3.5 to 7.5 millimole.
Okay.
Something of that sort.
Okay, so now that we are talking about figures, what figures show that you have diabetes?
Okay, so what we should not deny the fact that sometimes something might happen to your body. So today, let's say you don't feel great, you walk into the pharmacy, you walk into the hospital, and you check your blood sugar level. And you've not eaten the whole morning.
Okay.
Or maybe it's even noon, but you've not eaten. And you go and you check and your sugar level is around 10.
Okay.
Okay. So that means I gave you the values already. We are at 3.5 to 6.5. But on a normal day, you've not eaten, you've taken only water. Water is not part. And you go and you are somewhere at 12 or 10. You would think that my blood sugar is high. Do I have diabetes? Technically, that is not enough for us to diagnose you as a diabetic.
Okay.
At that particular moment, your sugar is high. But we do not rely on just one sugar reading to determine that someone is diabetic. Something might have happened, some medications you were taking, anything could make your sugar go high. So if you are going to be diagnosed as a diabetic, what should happen is that a doctor would have to do that for you, to tell you straight. So someone should not come to your house, go by in the neighborhood and be checking blood sugar levels and be diagnosing people as diabetics.
Okay, so on a day that I go to the hospital and I find out that, okay, my sugar levels are above the normal range, what does it mean?
As I said, it could be just because of stress on the body. That can happen.
So I can become fine, like the
it
levels
can even resolve on its own the next day.
Okay.
But as I said, there the doctor will look at other things, risk factors.
Okay.
The doctor will look at your age. Are you even pregnant? Have you had these issues before? Then the doctor would want to be taking regular checks. And sometimes they will take you through a series of tests. Probably will give you sugar to see how your body will process that sugar. And after some time, take another test to see your sugar level. That will give them an idea whether the sugar that you took in, your body was able to process it. That will give them an idea whether you have diabetes or not. So it's quite technical. So I would want to let people know that you don't go somewhere and they give you a figure today and diagnose you as a diabetic. Things would have to happen to be sure you are truly diabetic before that can happen.
Okay, so like I said in my introduction, it looks like diabetes can affect anybody at all. So let's look at the types of diabetes we have and the kinds of people that get which type.
Yeah, so contrary to people thinking that diabetes is the disease for the old, not at all.
Okay.
We basically have 3 types of diabetes. The type 1 diabetes that normally you find in younger people, in fact people of all ages, because that one is somehow a defect in the person that is causing the person's sugar to always be on the high side. So that's the first one, that's the type 1. The type 2 is the one that we all know of, that we always hear of, that our uncles or our grandmas have it. That is the type 2 diabetes, which is also diabetes mellitus. So that one, yeah, it can happen at any age per se, but depends. But usually we find it in older people probably above 40, even in the 35s. But from what we are seeing of late, it's creeping into the younger generation. Yes. And we also have the third one, which is called gestational diabetes. Diabetes in pregnant women. Yeah. So what happens is that because a woman is pregnant and things happen in their body, and a lot of things happen in a pregnant woman's body. There's a lot of pressure on the tummy. And the place which really handles, the organ that handles your insulin production. So you go back to that place and I'll give you the basics there.
Okay.
A pregnant woman has a lot of pressure on the abdomen. And the abdominal area is responsible. There is an organ there that is responsible to regularize your sugar. And because there is a lot of pressure, there's something will happen to the body, and the pregnant woman will develop diabetes. Sadly, sometimes after having a baby, some women do not go back to their original non-diabetic state, and they get stuck there. This could be due to a whole lot of things. So that's also another type. So when you think about diabetes, I would want you to think about two things. You think about glucose and you think about insulin.
Okay.
So that's what you should think. What does insulin do? What the insulin will do is that when I eat maybe a biscuit, that biscuit that I eat will turn into sugar. And it will go into my blood. And then the blood will move through my body and other parts of my tissues will pick it to use as energy.
Okay.
But when how will that sugar that is in my blood get into my tissues? Insulin is like the fuel. Insulin is what is going to help the other parts of your body pick that sugar from your blood. So if you have a problem with your insulin, that means the sugar stays in your blood. It's not able to be picked up into your body to be used as energy. So it just sits in your blood and becomes poisonous because you just have sugar sitting in your blood and damaging things, but not getting to where they need to be taken to be used as fuel. So that's really that. So just sugar sitting in your blood and your body cannot use it.
Okay, so there's this thing about when you get diabetes or when you're diagnosed, it's sort of like a life sentence. There's no way you can come out of it, especially for type 1. That you mentioned that as a defect with your insulin. How true is that, and what are some of the... So we are talking about type 1 currently.
Okay.
Because that's what people say is
Incurable,
sort of like, yes, a life sentence. Because for the other ones, I've heard testimonies of people who say they've been healed of their diabetes through management and dieting and all of that. So let's talk about type 1.
Okay, so when you talk about real diabetes, I'm going to say real diabetes, not to undermine the third one. The type 1 and type 2 really has no cure.
Okay.
We should get that straight. But the issue is we have people in a pre-diabetic stage. I'm talking about the type 2. So before they get into the real diabetic stage, sometimes you can use a lifestyle changes and it will resolve. But let's go to the type 1. When someone is born with a defect, which the person cannot even produce this insulin I'm talking about. And this is the insulin that is responsible for picking up the sugar from your blood and using it as fuel. So if you can't produce it, definitely, automatically you become a diabetic. And you cannot go into the person's genetic system and change anything there. So that's how come it becomes chronic. So in this situation, we manage it. And the goal here is to make sure that you are keeping your sugar at an acceptable level. Make sure your sugar is always at an acceptable level.
Where acceptable means?
Acceptable means 3.5 to 6.5, sorry. So 3.5 to 6.5. And sometimes you can even jump to 7. The doctor will be saying, oh, no problem, we can manage this. This is not a big deal. But the moment you jump into you move from the 7s and go into the 8s, 9s, and 10s, then we have to move back and say you are not managing your diabetes well. Because someone might be on medication, but it's always recording values when the person is in the fasting mode, that has not eaten in the morning or even the whole day, and it's still recording at 8. That is not acceptable. For the longest time, if your blood sugar level is always around 8, 9, 10, in your fasting mode, that means a time will come, damage is going to be done to your body. So, as I said, type 1 is not incurable. You can only manage it. And the goal is to make sure that your blood sugar level is at an acceptable range. That is the 3.5 to 6.5. It's a range. And you can fall in between any of them. And it's not like you can jump easily from 3 to 4. So, it's kind of a little bit wide, a little bit.
Okay, so let's talk about type 2.
Yeah. So, with the type 2, yes. Okay, so if I have a 40-year-old man coming to the hospital or the pharmacy. First, men are more prone to diabetes. That's one risk factor. Okay. Second, the age is not helping, because this is the reality of life. As you are growing, your body grows weak. The organs in your body grow weak, and these are the organs that control how our body works. So by the time you are 40, excuse me to say, your body starts dying. Okay, so things start degenerating. So that's how come always age is a risk factor for everyone, for any kind of disease. So if a 40-year-old man comes in, already he has ticked 2 risk factors. And this man is obese, has a pot belly. That's also another risk factor. So if this man comes, the first thing the doctor will seek to do is not to just give the person medications. And the doctor also look at the level at which the sugar is always falling. Is it falling somewhere around the 8? That is not too bad. With lifestyle modification, you can push this man back into the normal range. Okay. So sometimes when you go, they give you 2 weeks. And if it's at a bad stage, they'll give you medication first to normalize it. And they try with lifestyle modification. But the true fact is, most patients do not accept lifestyle modifications easily. First, especially if the person cannot afford a certain lifestyle change, it will not happen. Someone has lived on kenke for most of his life, and you tell the person to stop eating kenke. Probably that's what the person can afford. You're telling the person to go and buy brown rice, which is quite expensive. It won't work. You tell the person to cut carbohydrates, but this person is obese, has been living on carbohydrates for so long. Unless the patient accepts that I have this issue, I need to change. It might be uncomfortable for me. It might even be expensive for me. But to make sure my life is preserved, I'm going to change my life. Sometimes lifestyle modifications do not help. They do not, patients do not comply with it because it's difficult. And if you or someone goes to the hospital one day and they give them a bunch of medications to start taking every day, it's not easy on the patients. Yeah. Sometimes they are in denial. They refuse to take it. And some will tell you, I'm going to do herbal medication. Not to say herbal medications are the problem, but as you are taking your herbal medications, are you even checking whether your sugar is decreasing? They don't do that. They live in denial, take herbs, and the next thing they come back in a coma.
Right. At the mention of herbs, let's take this break. When we come back, we'll talk about lifestyle and diet modifications and things that we can do to all stay in shape. Let's take this short break. We'll be right back. We'll be back shortly with Farm Mariam, but before that, let's take a short video of a diabetic who has been dealing with this condition for some time. She tells us how she has been coping so far.
So in 2020, I think in January, I had migraine that lasted for days. So until I'm admitted, the migraine won't go. So as part of the research, one time I went to the hospital and I suggested to them that I think I've tried every method or every medicine that needs to be tested, but I still have a migraine. So I told the doctor that I would want to check my sugar, and I wanted to be sure if my sugar levels were okay. So when I did the first test, the doctor told me that, hey, you are too young, but I think you have high sugar. So go home for 2 weeks, train, eat well, and come back. So I think I didn't go back to the hospital because I was fine. Then I think later in May, I had the same symptoms of this long migraine that wouldn't stop. So I went to the hospital again and I told them that I think I want to check my sugars again. Then when they checked my sugar in the morning, it was very high. And the doctor suggested that I have diabetes. I think initially when I heard it, I was depressed because it meant that I would be on some medication for the rest of my life. So initially they gave me some medication called metformin. I had reactions to it, so I lived in self-denial. So I didn't take the medication, but my condition was worsening. And I went back to the hospital and told them that, see, I accept I'm diabetic now, and I think I don't want the metformin because I react to it. And it is taken, I think, 3 times a day. Then later they actually asked what I was doing and if I could afford a better medication, which was Galvusmet. At the time, Galvusmet was 200 cedis. So I took it twice a day. It was better because it was a tablet each. So I wasn't scared of the situation. And I read a lot about it, and I noticed that if I live a healthy life and I exercise, I'll be better. And I did that, and I was gradually getting better. Interestingly, at the time I was battling with this, my mother was also battling with a similar condition. So I suggested to her that she should also go for a diabetic checkup. And unfortunately, when she went, she was diagnosed of type 2 diabetes, and I am type 1 diabetic. It means that my pancreas is failing to produce insulin that will break down my sugar. So we were both on the Galvusmet, and it was 200 cedis each. So whilst I buy for her because I am basically the breadwinner of the family. That was in 2020. But because I'm a type 1 diabetic, they added an insulin. With the insulin, it means that I have to inject before every meal. But I went to a hospital and told them that I didn't like the fact that I had to take an insulin all the time before I eat. So they recommended a 24-hour insulin. So I use it every 24 hours. And it was 150 at the time. Fast forward in 2023, the Galvusmet I bought for 200 cedis is now 720, and I buy 2 every month. So in a month I buy 7,714, 22. So I buy 1,240 cedis tablets, and the insulin I bought for 120 is now 480, and it lasts for 3 weeks. So every 3 weeks I buy medication about 2,000. Yeah, more than 2,000, because there are days I buy my test kits, which was 150 and is now 340. So in a month I spend like close to 3,000 for my medication. But with my situation, I have an insurance that covers just one of the medications. So if you remove the 720, it means I spend like 2,300 on medication every month. It hasn't been easy because aside everything, there are days I feel I'm deprived of certain things, like eating certain meals. There are certain things I can't do. I am not supposed to do heavy sports. I'm not supposed to eat after certain times. I'm supposed to eat healthy, and healthy food are quite expensive in Ghana. So for instance, if buying rice like this is not healthy for diabetics, but instead of buying rice, I would choose to eat plantain. But there are times I really crave for these things, and in my attempt to, let's say, go against my diet and I eat anything, I end up falling sick. And for my own sake, I try to live healthy. It hasn't been easy because there are times I'm depressed. Sometimes even when you eat the right meals, you wake up and your sugars are high. Then you just don't know what to do. But the worst of all is the pricing of these medications. I don't know. I think government should subsidize these medications, especially for people with diabetes, because it's hard. Imagine working and earning a salary less than 2,000, and you provide medication for yourself and your mother, and they use the dollar because most of the medication, I think every medication I am on is imported. So during the lockdown it was worse because people did not shop these medications. So during the lockdown I had to buy more, and the prices were a bit higher.
Welcome back. This is Health Focus. So we've been talking about diabetes, and I'm back with Farm Mariam. Before we went on that break, we were talking about herbal medicines and how people don't keep track of their sugars and the lifestyle modifications that they are given. But before someone will get diabetes, what are some of the things that can lead to it? So let's talk about causes.
Okay, so causes of diabetes. One thing, like I said, we talked about the age factor. One thing we can also not ignore is the fact that it can have a hereditary component to it.
Okay.
Type 1 or type 2. Because if you have someone in your family, your immediate family, especially your father, your mom, your grandmother, or even your sister having diabetes, sometimes the doctors, those are the first questions they have. If you have a genetic predisposition, that can, it's a risk factor. So that means you should be careful. Yeah. Probability that means there is a gene in your family, that runs in your family, that makes you prone to get diabetes.
Okay.
So you have to be careful. But one of the main causes you cannot also ignore is obesity. Okay, so when someone is obese, that means their weight to their height ratio is quite high. But you ask me, there are people with a lot of weight sometimes who do not have diabetes. Because we have healthy weight and we have unhealthy weight. So if you are not eating well, you remember whatever you put in your body, that's the building blocks of your body. That's the same thing that's going to build every tissue or single organ in your body. So if your building blocks are not good, that means it will not work the way you expect it to work. It's like using fake spare parts in your car. It's not going to run for long. So if you are not taking care of yourself in terms of eating well and eating healthy, eating good food. So someone will be eating junk and putting on weight, but someone might eat whole food, good whole food with probably their family, they might be big, but they might be healthy. So yes, but we should also not ignore the fact that the mere fact that sometimes you have a big belly can cause you to have insulin issues. So that can also cause diabetes. So yeah, you might have a little bit of weight, but is it healthy weight? Do you have a lot of weight in your midsection? That is very important. So that's also one of the, so sometimes you don't per se causes, but these are the risk factors. Okay. Things that, because someone might live all the years of their life to the 80s and might not contract diabetes. Yes. But the person might even have a little bit of weight. Because ideally, if everything is working perfectly in your body, you are not supposed to have diabetes. But when something goes wrong, you are not producing enough insulin. Even you are not even producing at all. And even sometimes some people produce it, but their body do not respond to it. What is causing that? That's the issue. So if everything works perfectly, why not? But
okay,
as we grow, it becomes a problem.
Well, before the official conversation we're having right now, we're having an unofficial one, and you were making the point that sometimes diabetes is not detected early, and it is only detected when the person presents with crisis or something happens. Yeah. So all the times that the person had not presented with any symptoms or whatever and has not gone to the hospital to be diagnosed, what are some of the things that someone can know or immediately identify about themselves to know that, okay, I should go check?
Okay, so one classical symptoms of diabetes is something that we call polyphagia. That is, you have a very big appetite. You drink lots of water. Okay. You pee a lot. That's one of the earlier symptoms. Because what is happening that you are eating, the fuel is in your body, but your body cannot use it. So your brain is telling you that I'm hungry, I'm hungry. So you keep eating, you keep eating. And you drink lots of water and you pee a lot. So it's just a whole mechanism that your body is not working the way it's supposed to. Because if I eat, my body is supposed to tell me, oh, you are full because I have enough fuel.
It's okay.
No. But the sugar sits in your system, sits in your blood, doesn't go and do its work. And your brain thinks that your body is still hungry, so you still eat. So you are eating, but you are still hungry. That's one of the main things. And as it goes, some people might think this is not a big deal. Some people really have a lifestyle that their mind might not come to that point a lot. But it gets to a point where damage starts happening to your body.
Okay.
So someone can have a high sugar level for as long as 2-3 years and you don't see anything. Then one day the person feels a little bit dizzy. The person will start losing weight now. Or the person feels some tingling on the hands or the legs. Or the person feels some heat on the legs. Then sometimes some people don't see well anymore. Their vision starts diminishing. What is now happening is that you are having nerve damage, because when there is so much sugar in your blood, it starts damaging your nerves. And remember, all these things that I'm mentioning, your eyes, your legs, they are very sensitive nerves, and there are nerve endings there. So when they start getting damaged, that's when you realize that there is something wrong with me. Now I'm saying, if I'm sitting there, she fine, yeah, sitting there, Minaya treaty, something of that sort, and they will come. They are worried. Oh, Minaya treaty, I'm having numbness. I'm having numbness, and I have this, so it seems not to go away.
Okay.
That's when, and sometimes they will have no sort of crisis, but these simple symptoms. And now they will go and the doctor will take tests and they will realize it. But some people are not so lucky. These symptoms might not pop up. One day they are just there, they feel dizzy and they just collapse. You take them to the hospital and their sugar level is so high. Because what has happened is that the body has starved, the brain has starved, and the body will just shut down because the body cannot take any fuel. It's not getting any fuel, so you just collapse. And that's what happens. So that is when it becomes a crisis. So when some people see the earlier onset, that is the too much eating, they don't really care much for it.
Okay.
They don't.
How much is too much eating?
Yeah, because you know how you are eating. Okay, so this is how it is.
And
Trust
even
me,
water.
You
because
know.
we've been told that you have to drink 8.
Okay. Yeah, so if you are taking 8 liters of water and you are peeing almost every hour, that's normal.
That's normal.
Yes, that's quite normal.
Yeah.
But then again, me, for instance, I'm someone who doesn't take lots of water. I always have to remind myself to take water. So I wake up in the morning, of course, maybe I visit the toilet, I pee. I've not even taken water till 12 o'clock and I've already peed 4 times. That draws your attention. I've not even drank water and my body is always draining itself of water. So because there is so much sugar in your blood that it's drawing water from your own system into the blood by osmosis. This is the science people know, so it just draws it into it and you pee a lot. So that's the mechanism there. So you trust me, you will know, unless you don't pay attention to your body. Everyone is supposed to pay attention to your body. If one day you are warm, you should know you are warm. If one day you wake up tired, you should know you are tired. If you know you are sick, you wake up, you have a sick feeling.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have a temperature, sometimes you don't have any headache, but you have a feeling of sickness. But the issue is people, especially young people of today, they don't take care of themselves. Even when they are sick, they pretend they are not sick. They will get up, pick their bag, and pretend it's not happening.
Have to
and
hit
go hustle.
the road running.
Yes, but in the end, remember, if you have nobody to work with, if you don't have this body working with you have nothing, trust me.
Now that we've established that, can we talk about the medications that you can use to manage? Because you said it's not curable.
Yes, for the type 1, like I said, it's not curable. This is a situation where sometimes someone is not producing insulin. So in this situation, you have to have artificial insulin injected into your body every time to make sure your sugar levels are perfect. So that one is there. And I don't want us to be so technical on the type 1 because usually we call it insulin dependent diabetes anyway, because that one is a matter of insulin. But when you come to the type 2, the diabetes type 2, the mellitus, you realize that it's not always dependent on insulin. Sometimes the person is not even producing enough. Sometimes the person is producing, but the body is not responding. And sometimes it's just that there is so much pressure on the pancreas. Remember, the pancreas is the organ that produces insulin. If there is an issue with the pancreas, insulin production will be affected. So yes, sometimes we give them medication. And some of these medications, as soon as there is too much sugar in your blood, it will take it off. Sometimes even prevents the sugar from being produced and put in your blood so that your body can take its time and fix itself. So in this situation, people who have diabetes, they know their medication, and sometimes you wouldn't want to say it on a platform like this because the next moment they go to the pharmacy and they start buying them.
For it.
But you have to be very careful with your diabetic medication, because if you are not taking it well, you have a situation where you go to the opposite of diabetes, that is the hypoglycemia. And when you are hypoglycemic, your brain can shut down. That one is dangerous, more dangerous than even having high. Because when it's at a high level, you can manage to bring it down. But when you are so hypoglycemic, you are not taking your medication well, and you are not. Some people take their medication and not eat, and it put their body in a low glycemic level, and their body will shut down, and they might never wake up. Wow. So those are the things. So with the medications, those who have diabetes, they know. But what you would have to ask your doctor is, maybe, do I need to take this before I eat? Some are taking before you eat, because it has to be in your body waiting for the sugar to come to handle it. Or some you have to take it after you've eaten. And some of them, you can't combine it with other medications. These are the little things you should ask your doctor. And we realize that some people go to the hospitals and they can't speak to their doctors. I don't know whether they are shy or they get intimidated with the doctor thing. But you really need
sometimes
to ask.
some doctors are very hostile and
well,
mean.
When you go into a normal facilities with one doctor sitting there with 100 patients behind him, it's kind of stressful.
But I don't know that you are stressed. I've come with
so
a peculiar
the good thing
issue.
is, when the doctor, you are giving your medications, go see the pharmacist. You have community pharmacies. Go into the pharmacies, talk to your pharmacist.
Dragnet is also there.
Exactly. You
pharmacists.
You just call them. I have this medication. What are the side effects? Because sometimes if you tell a patient the side effects of their medications beforehand, before they take it, and they are aware, they know what to expect. Yes. But some people, when you give them anti-diabetic medications, let me give you an example. Like a 40-year-old man, like I said, will take his diabetes medication home, takes it and realize that his libido goes down. His sexual appetite goes down. He's not having a strong erection like he used to. He will stop taking the medications. He will dump them.
But it will still have an effect on him, right? Because
in the long run, it will.
Diabetes has an effect on sexual drive.
Of course. But sometimes the medication, especially some of the hypertensive medications, will also give that additional effect. And they dump their medications. They don't want to even deal with it. So sometimes if you let them know, maybe if you take this might happen, but it's just for like a few days, a few months, it will resolve. So just stick to it. If they know beforehand, if not, they are not comfortable with it, they will have to come back so that you change it for them. There are hundreds of anti-diabetic medications.
Okay, so I know that you mentioned something about sex drive. Just to digress a bit. If as a normal person your sex drive in a moment or in a split second, like in a few days, in a month's time, you realize your libido has gone down, should you be alarmed that I may be having a sugar problem? But over time,
if it's an overtime thing, you would want to find out. I wouldn't go straight to blaming diabetes. Sometimes what happens is that before diabetes will actually affect your sex drive, then it has already started damaging your nerves. That's the issue. So some men will come for a regular checkup and their sugar is high. And you give them normal diabetes medication, it's going to affect their sex drive. And that's where the issue pops up.
Okay, so when you are diabetic, you are taking diabetes medicines. What sort of medications or things are you supposed to avoid entirely?
Okay, so there is one myth that you avoid sugar when you are diabetic. That is not entirely true. Because the idea is, if you take sugar, you are diabetic and you take sugar, it's a no-no. Not entirely true. Not to say that you should go and take sugar. But what I'm trying to tell you that if you eat rice, it turns into sugar in the end. So if you're avoiding sugar and you're eating lots of yams and lots of rice, white rice, you are still ending up at that diabetic stage. So diabetes is not equal to sugar. Typical to say white sugar or sugary drinks. No, it's not about that. The idea is to cut off carbohydrates sometimes to a lower level so that you don't have too much sugar in your blood. Because remember, most of these carbohydrates turn into sugar as the end product in your blood. So the thing is, avoid sugar when you are diabetic, of course, but there are other things you can avoid, like white rice, like yams, like flour. Flour is one of the culprits. Bread, anything with flour, the cakes and the chips, yes, those are the culprits there. So it's not always about the sugar.
But as young people, those are the things we like.
Like I said, if you are young, your body is great. If you are young, your body is great.
Chicken wraps.
Oh God, they fine. Your body is great at
ice
that point.
Cream and all of that.
Yeah, you can process it all and you put it. But at what amount are you taking these things? Okay. Because the moment you are taking this every day, you are taking wraps every day. Well, sometimes you say we've wrapped them in lettuce, but come on, the wrapping itself is full of carbs. And if you are taking so much bread, and if you are taking so much pizza every day, then at a point in time, these are the building blocks of your 40-year-old body. Know that what you are eating in 20 is going to be your 60-year-old body. Think about that. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about final one, exercise.
Yes. So exercise is an issue. Okay. We have to be very, how many times do you see people actually walking around exercising? Nowadays, I see a lot of older people doing it, which is great. The young people go into the gyms. But how many people can afford a gym membership? I don't think my mom has ever exercised before because my mom, I don't think so. She works hard, she does her work. So it's kind of a good form of exercise. But a point will come where your exercise becomes a stress. So don't tell me because you sell by the roadside, you are having a lot of exercise. Maybe you're exercising your body a lot. But at a point, if it becomes, you are doing it all day, it doesn't become exercise no more. It becomes stress. And that can actually cause your body to break down. Diabetes can follow. So the exercises should be very, very deliberate. You have to know, you have to tone your body, you tone your core. Make sure that you are not piling fat in the midsection. That's the main idea here. Piling fat, that's the issue. So if you are exercising, the idea is to make sure that your body is like in action all the time. You are not living a sedentary lifestyle where you are sitting in your office all day, go in the morning, sit there all day, and the night to pick up your bag, go home and sleep. Your body is not fit then. You have to have some form of exercise. So it should be very, very deliberate.
Thank you very much, Fam Mariam, for doing today's conversation with us. My name is Stella Jejom-Sugli, and this has been Health Focus. See you again some other time.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007, Ayawaso Ghana Police Service
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder. Yes. So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder.
Welcome to Legal Agenda. My name is Matilda Boatenati, and today we are looking at the general human rights issues in the country. I have with me here Genevieve Patterson, who is the Country Director for Amnesty International Ghana, to help us discuss this. You are welcome, Madam Genevieve.
Thank you so much, Matilda.
First of all, I will congratulate you for helping Ghana, your continuous call for the abolishment of death penalty, making Ghana the 29th in Africa. Yes. Can you throw more light on this and how you were able to make this come to pass?
Yes, so thank you so much for congratulating us. In fact, it was a group effort. Okay. We had a coalition of CSOs and other partners who believed in the abolition of the death penalty. It's been something that Amnesty International has been doing for years now. We've been fighting for the abolition of the death penalty. So at the beginning, based on recommendations from the Constitution Review Commission, which was in 2011, they met in 2011, I believe, and they made some recommendations. They recommended that within the 1992 Constitution, we should change the death penalty to life imprisonment. And we all know through that recommendation, a referendum would have to be done.
Definitely.
But referendums are expensive. I mean, let's not, dilly-dally about it. It's something that will be very expensive for our country. Back then in 2011, 2012, although these recommendations came up, it would be very difficult for our country to do a referendum. So based on that, we really had to look back at things and re-strategize. Okay. And that is where we went into a consultation process with one lawyer called Lawyer Martin Pebu.
Okay.
And I mean, he's a very smart gentleman, and he brought up a very strategic idea of just amending the Criminal Offences Act. And once we amend the Criminal Offences Act, we'll be able to at least abolish the death penalty to some extent. Because currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder. Yes. So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder. So, that started a consultative process, and that's when Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu also came on board, the MP for Medina. Yes, he's a human rights activist as well, and also a lawyer. So at the time we were consulting with him, he wasn't an MP, he was just a lawyer, human rights lawyer, and an aspiring MP. So through that, he also said, okay, why don't we present it as a private member's bill? And it was through that we began the whole campaigning and, very pushy with media engagement and all those things. And I must say, yes, Amnesty spearheaded this, but there was still so much support from key government officials, from CSOs and things like that. And I'm happy that at least once the consultative process began and we were able to place the bill in Parliament. Now, you'd be surprised, this just happened last year. So within 1 year, although it took a lot of years of campaigning and strategic meetings, we've been able to achieve something great in Ghana's history. And even after they voted in favor of amending the Criminal Offences Bill and the Armed Forces Act, because that also came later on, through that, after they did that, the president actually assented to it within a week.
Okay.
The president signed the bill into law. So I think that is a great achievement for Ghana, something that we are extremely proud of. And as a people, we should be proud of this. Yes.
So do you see some challenges, or have you identified some human rights challenges in the country, in Ghana specifically?
Oh, absolutely. Amnesty International, every year, we come out with a human rights report. And that human rights report talks about the key abuses, human rights abuse across the world. And with Ghana, there are very specific ones. There's been an increase in police brutality. We all know that. There's also been an increase in, the rights for freedom of expression. Journalists are being attacked, not just on social media, but physically. And, there's a lot of discrimination on marginalized groups. And when I talk about marginalized groups, we're talking about women, children, and then the LGBTI community. All that, yes, our human rights record is not exactly great. And then, of course, we have to talk about witchcraft accusations as well. This is something that is very serious within, human rights abuses in Ghana. There's not a day goes by that we don't hear about an older lady being accused of a witch and being lynched in public. So, Amnesty, we are trying our best to do a lot of public education on these issues. And then there's the issue of forced evictions. We used to work a lot on forced evictions as well. So all these things, yes, Ghana, we're making progress, but there are definitely some specific human rights abuses that we need to do more.
You were specific on some of the challenges.
Yes.
So let's discuss this media freedom.
Yes.
The free speech of the journalists and what's happening to them. We heard about the allegedly NDP tags who went to UTV to attack them.
Yes.
So we've not heard from you on this. What is Amnesty International?
Well, I mean, we definitely condemn any type of physical violence. It doesn't matter the provocation or you can't justify violence, okay? So Amnesty International, we protect the rights of everyone, and we definitely condemn violence in any form because it's inhuman and it's intolerable. Normally we don't, the thing is there are just so many human rights abuses and issues that come up in Ghana, and we can't comment on everything. Otherwise, then it becomes sort of reactive, monotonous within the media space. What we try and do is that, yes, we come out and condemn certain issues, and then others, we do a lot of backdoor work, do some research, background checks, and then try and see, okay, how are we able to shape this and do something that will impact the society positively? So it takes research, it takes consultation with, the parties involved, and then how best we can also support whichever victim of abuse, and so it's a lot of analytical work that goes into it.
But do you think Amnesty International is doing enough, or because of the cases you get every time, you kind of get overwhelmed with issues? Because I don't know whether a lot of people even know the activities you do here in Ghana. So
yes. So Amnesty, we do a lot of advocacy, human rights education, public education. In terms of cases of abuse, we don't handle cases because we don't have lawyers, you know. It's not a law firm or, you know, So what we do is that if you bring cases, specific cases on human rights abuses, yes, we can maybe push the case, do some consultation with you. However, we work a lot with STRAJ.
Okay.
Yes, we have to work a lot with STRAJ, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. And we push the cases to them. We refer it to them, and then we follow up on it because they have investigators. So that's what we do. So that is one thing Amnesty does. But what we do is a lot of human rights education. So we do that in schools, communities, and we're a membership-based organization. So you wouldn't believe, but we actually have about 6,000 members in Ghana, and they are spread across the country. So what we do is that we train our members to also train others in terms of human rights. So we look at freedom of expression. We look at ending discrimination. We look at gender equality, and more specifically like domestic violence, rape, menstrual hygiene. That's one of the campaigns we are on currently. So we do a lot in that aspect. And then protection of human rights defenders is also one aspect, like where you are talking about the journalists, you know, having their rights abused.
Yes.
We also look at that as well, definitely.
Okay, but you spoke about earlier, you spoke about the witches.
Yes.
Every time, I mean, someone is tagged as a witch.
Yes.
And I don't know whether you know that in Ghana we have about 8 witch camps. I
think there are 6 right now, yes.
6 right now. So
Yes.
what are you doing about that?
So that as well, we work with also a coalition. You hear me using coalition a lot because I believe in collaborative work. I believe in partnership, and you can't do much without partnering. So we're collaborating with a number of CSOs and government as well. Ministry of Gender is on board. We have a coalition that is looking at the witchcraft accusations bill. It was through this coalition that we were able to push the bill to be passed. Now, the president hasn't signed the bill into law, so we are trying to do more advocacy on that. The same coalition went to visit Gambaga just a few months ago to analyze the situation there. We're working, Mental Health Authority is on that coalition
and
as well.
these camps have been there for a while.
Yes. So I know that the long-term situation is that we plan on closing down the camps in the long term. So what is happening is that we are trying to draw up a roadmap. This is being done with the Ministry of Gender, a roadmap on how best to close the camps, because you can't do it immediately. Because the argument is some of these women, it's like a safe haven for them. However, you know, it's a safe haven away from their communities that have ostracized them. However, it's supposed to be somewhere temporary. It's not supposed to be permanent stay, right? Okay. So some of the women there have psychological challenges. Some of them do not have livelihoods, things like that. So I know, you know, there's a lot of work going into checking the psychological challenges of the women there. I know they are looking at skills development, and I know there's also a discussion going on how many of them want to be reintegrated back into their communities or moved into another community. You know, and we have to look at the repercussions. So something like this, it's really on a case-by-case basis, and it involves a lot of consultative work, going there, talking to the leader of the different witch camps. So all this, we have to look at it. It's going to be a slow process, unfortunately, but I know work is being done. I know.
Talking about getting support, do you get enough support from the government? Because you see, we are looking at human rights issues, and day in, day out, we see people's rights have been abused every time. They are being abused. Do you get enough support from the government?
So we do get support from the government, not necessarily on all issues, but we consult with the government, and it's, you know, it's not just, Ghana is a democracy, so it's not just about government, it's about parliament, and it's about the people. So we have to get support from all these three, not just governments. Because in order to pass laws, government needs parliament.
Exactly.
And parliaments to pass laws, they need support of the people. So Amnesty faces the same process when it comes to human rights abuses. We need the support from people, from government, from parliament. Now the issue is, not everybody understands that this is a human rights abuse. We have to understand that. So a lot of education has to be done, a lot of public education. I'll give an example, the death penalty. Not everyone felt it needed to be taken out of Ghana law.
Of course,
yes. And even some were parliamentarians and some were government officials, you understand. So a lot of lobbying and education had to be done on why it's not feasible in Ghana. And there are just so many arguments. You know, people say, oh, it deters. Guess what? It doesn't. There are statistics, there's data that actually shows that death penalty does not deter crime. It doesn't.
Okay.
There's statistics for that. And there's also statistics that show that, unfortunately, within our system in Ghana, most of the people on death row are from a particular class.
Okay.
It's not me and you that is going to be on death row. Some people can pay, in fact, can pay your way, and you go and murder someone, you pay someone, and you won't, you know, you will not be acquitted. Nothing will happen to you, basically. And unfortunately, it's people who come from poor backgrounds who end up in jail for petty crimes, for murder and things like this.
It means people shouldn't have confidence in our justice system.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that our justice system is not perfect.
Okay.
And that is normal in this country. We're a developing country. Every justice system in the world has loopholes, and Ghana is part. Our justice system is not perfect. And because of that, the system does not help those coming from poor backgrounds. And unfortunately, when you go and look at the statistics, most of the people on death row are from poor backgrounds.
Okay.
So what does this mean? Some of them, not all, some of them maybe didn't face a fair trial. Some also did not understand what they've done and the consequences, you see. You'll be surprised that some people think I can commit a crime and I wouldn't go to jail, or, you know. So again, it's education, and that is what we really try and push at Amnesty as well.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
So, what do you do? I mean, talking about these rights, there are some specific, I don't want to go into LGBTQ
okay.
and other stuff, but you know, there are some rights which, because of the culture of the people, I mean, they refuse to acknowledge it, that these are rights of the people. So in such circumstances, what do you do? Do you put sanctions on such countries? Because, like you said, the government work with the people. The people come back to, and I mean, so how do you do this? How do you
I mean, Amnesty International doesn't have a right to be putting sanctions on anyone. We can do recommendations. So, just like the United Nations. So the United Nations Human Rights Council, they have a process called the Universal Periodic Review of Human Rights. So usually this process is every 5 years, where they consult CSOs. Now, it's a very serious process. They consult CSOs and look at the human rights situation in every country. And based on, because you know governments put in their reports for human rights situations, but you know, they also want a different view from CSOs so that they can compare the views. So when they get this report, UPR reports from the people, then they are able to make recommendations. I know recently, I think they had it in 2022, that was 2017, and then they had 2022. And they came up with more than 200 recommendations on human rights issues. And then Ghana has to sit down and decide, okay, what can we work on within the next 5 years? You understand? And through that process, Ghana is able to see, okay, we're not doing this right. How can we change this? What can we do better? And again, like any law, any issue you bring up, yes, you have to do that public education. You have to talk to people. There needs to be dialogue. People need to understand, why is this an abuse? It's the same way domestic violence. People could justify hitting their spouse. Now, I'm not going to be specific about hitting wife or husband because it can happen both ways. People justify it.
Right.
Like, this person was rude to me, so I slapped the person.
Yes.
And then you have to educate the person, no, that's wrong. It's a human rights abuse. You can't physically abuse someone regardless of the gender. You know, so it's about talking about issues. You have to talk. Culture, it's a very argumentative thing, and I do believe that everybody has their culture and needs to keep it. However, there are certain things in the culture you have to change it. Like the way we accuse older women of being witches. Nobody is saying, we have our suspicions, you know, we say, oh, this person's a witch, this person is... I think our culture likes to be suspicious. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Now, when you act on the suspicion and go and physically abuse someone, that is the issue. So it's the same with other issues. Maybe you might not subscribe to something. Maybe you don't like something, or you don't think this is right because it's not part of your culture. That's actually okay, because it's your opinion. But the moment you act on that and it hurts someone in the process, that becomes a human rights abuse. And I think people need to make that difference. You understand?
So, talking about recommendations, if you make recommendations and the people who are supposed to act on it are not doing it, then of what use is?
Yeah, so, you know, this is, again, it boils down to international law, because every state is sovereign. We have some level of sovereignty. So, yes, things can be recommended, and Ghana does well. I mean, we've signed on to a lot of treaties, we've ratified a lot of things. Yes. And I believe the current government and previous government, they all are for human rights, like better human rights situation in Ghana, okay? However, it's a consultative process and it involves a lot of people. So based on that, sometimes some laws, you know, take time to pass, and then again, I will talk about education. There are people that have never even heard that maybe there's a law you can go to jail for accusing someone of being a witch and acting on it.
They don't know.
They don't know. So how are you able to tell someone, no, this is wrong? You can't beat your child with a chair. You know, sometimes some people do that, a stick. For the child to be bruised, it is child abuse. Yes. But, you know, this is something that has been part of our culture, right? Who wasn't beaten, you know? And now we are saying don't beat. There are other measures for correcting your child.
Yeah.
So all this is education, and education cannot be done in one day. It's something that's a process. You have to continue talking to people. We have we have male champions, what we call male champions for sexual and gender-based violence. So some of these male champions, they form groups like boys' clubs, and they talk about, you know, beating women and gender equality, and they explain, and you'll be shocked the kind of arguments that happen. And, you know, it's okay because it's a safe space to argue, debate, so that everybody's opinions are heard, and then through that, you let them understand that, no, this is wrong, and this is why we are saying it's wrong. So it's going to take time. Behavioral change takes time, but you know, we are working, we'll get there one day.
I just want us to go straight to your website and some of the things you do. Looking at child's rights, Yes. And when we look at the convention, Article 42.
Yes.
You have, amongst your duties is to educate children and adults about child's rights, which seldom happens.
Yes.
Because ignorance of right put children at greater risk of abuse, discrimination, and exploitation.
Yes.
Is Amnesty International pushing the campaign?
Yes,
so hard?
Absolutely. So, again, we do advocacy. So when we talk about advocacy, we're talking about laws.
Yeah.
We're talking about, changing laws and then how those laws impact people. So we do a lot of that, but we also do a lot of public education. And that public education, we do it a lot in schools, junior high schools, senior high schools, and tertiary schools. We, depending on the subject, then we talk about them. So, for example, right now, when we talk about freedom of expression, we're looking at protests. When we talk about, because, there's been a lot of protests in Ghana.
Lately.
So, yes. So we are looking at protests. When we talk about gender equality and non-discrimination, we are looking at women and domestic violence, sexual and gender-based violence. And we're also looking at menstrual hygiene. So with menstrual hygiene, we're looking at the schools. And through menstrual hygiene, we're talking about school retention. If somebody doesn't have a sanitary pad or doesn't know that, okay, I'm in my menses, I'm not coming to school because I don't have a pad. This actually happens.
Yeah.
And so we do a lot of education on that. We try and supply pads to certain schools, underprivileged schools. And we look at that. And then we also talk about child marriage. All those things are part of the human rights education that we do.
I think in Ghana, the child abuse starts right from birth.
Yes.
Realize that even at birth, you don't have an identity. Because, and I know these are some of the things that Amnesty International is educating people
Yes,
on.
absolutely.
But the system is such that even when you want to, I know a lot of adults that, they have to go before they go to the birth and death registry to get their birth certificate.
Yes.
So what are you doing?
So in that aspect in particular, we do not work on birth registration, but I know UNICEF is working a lot on birth registration because it's very important, especially in the judicial system, where if a child commits a crime, now they are determining whether the person is a minor or an adult. And most of these people don't have birth certificates.
Where children have committed some form of crime
and condemned to the adults.
Exactly.
Yes. So because of that, I know UNICEF is doing a lot of work in terms of birth registration in order to establish that fact that, okay, you have an identity and this is your age. So I know in that aspect, that's what you... So that's why I say it's a collaborative. We can't do all. Amnesty International is in 80 plus countries around the world. However, we're activists, we're human rights activists, and we try and work on as many issues contextually. What's happening in Ghana, we focus on the issues that are really affecting Ghana. However, there are some issues that definitely we have to share the pie. So, we collaborate with other NGOs or donor partners that work on the same issues.
Let's look at the state of our prisons.
Yes, prison conditions.
The prison condition is so bad. You see that they are so overcrowded.
Yes.
And sometimes people get out of the prisons and rather get worse than how they even entered.
So the thing with prison, the general standard for prisons is it's supposed to be a reformative center. Not just for punishment, but you're also supposed to come out reformed.
Exactly.
So I know prisons is doing a lot. They have a lot of skills development within the prison. So you can learn different skills. I'm aware of that for both the women's and men's side. But they still need support. And then I know the feeding. Feeding currently at prisons is 1 cedi 80 pesos for the whole day. It's not per meal.
So you can imagine the kind of meal that they will be.
What can you even KK? KK is 5 cities. So that KK cry is too small for you. So yeah, so Amnesty is really trying to appeal to governments to increase the feeding allowance for prisoners. But we're also working with other CSOs like Post Foundation, Legal Resources Center, and we're looking at what do you call it? We're looking at the prison conditions, but also trying to do non-custodial sentencing. So non-custodial sentencing simply means community service for petty crimes. So those that have stolen a goat, you know, so that they are not on remand. Because in Ghana, when you're on remand, you are put in prison.
Yes.
And you are waiting to be heard. And, you know, we are working a lot with the judicial system, with some of the other CSOs to see, okay, what can we do to ease up the situation in prisons? Because I hear, as we speak, I think the prison is 40% over capacity. Yes. So we're really trying our best in those terms to see how best we can help. So it's basically the feeding allowance that we're looking at. We're also looking at supporting prisons for skills development. And then we're looking at the non-custodial sentencing. Yes.
All right.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. Our Ghana Police Service
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
bia o ya Ghanania wakwa bosia say bang you say abontino na wo de kanti ya de wakwa to prison me ba ya wo de ka wan ko wi ade na bosia na wo ba ya de wakwa to mo de kwan bia so me yi wa mo aba abontin say wo ba o so wo ba me wo de kan kwan ya de wakwa to prison me be yi wa mo aba abontin asama me ka kire mo ti Ghana fo a mo aba bosia wo de prison mo nyina anya ho kwa say me ba ya me be yi mo nyina mo aba abefe mo ba esikano wo bi anko anko bosia na sikano wo gye na se kwam de wo ba no aso ntime mo ntime nkura sikano na kwam ne wo ba nti wo yi bi kwoto aduane ma ba di ase ya chi wa kwoto prison nti me ba be yi mo nyimo a wo de prison a mo de kade be yi mo nyina mo ba wonte asema ho
Anya no. Na po me.
Na me ado.
Ah, also ba Fulani for no be o me den. Be president of Ghana. Arentia.
Fulani for. O mo kunku akua for.
O me den.
Akua for o mo kunku o mo to mo ri ma. O to kua ni wo ri ma. No kuno. O de mo ana we de duane.
Oh, okay.
What I mean say. O si what I mean from say pe. E wa na kunku ni no. O ti twa what I mean no. Na na mo ana we.
Okay.
Na bia o mo kunku akua sa. O bia so nkan mo pe.
So be president ah.
Awurade.
O be
dey. Pa mo nyina o bia nko. Bia nko de kurom.
Na ana Jehovah Witness from so be me dey.
So dey me ye be na mo maji card me me ento. So o bo se ento aba. The card me ye de ma so ba to bi.
Dabi.
Ye se am ento aba. Ana mo baji na ndo go dem a. Na risi ya to aba na. We se na me nipa anto bi enti. Ana we se na me nipa anto bi enti na ma na anso. Mo bi afi se le ho afo aje ho go dem. Mama aje ho go dem enti na anso. Enti se kai. Na se nya be se pemiensa. Ye be se akoto aba na pemi. Na mo apemo ko. Mo apemo no. The whole of one idea.
To be president.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
I can't just say the card. No go to them. Never for your business. You see, I'm Fantuaba.
Fantuaba.
Yes, Auntie me back. School free. No, I'm the buy.
Free.
The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by your travel. What's up with anymore? Why, baby, I'm fast a hand. I am a man chair and I don't know some travel. Or don't have a penny. There's one try your chair will be a. Ya what you have a my baby. Menkata masaya o ka samenye so de abaika mebeka menkata ni meni abaika me biaso de chere mo na mo hama me meni abaika agala ni what the book ya the challenge that can hold the faith at home. So be a one year I feel what ya trip. Will be a 1 year Ghanaian and then I'm going to first. When you say I'm going to everybody. When I go by you, we are day more. We are day more. The bonfire and I'm going to tell you, be a so 1 year of it, where your bass from go, where your nippers from go, the poor basso, the poor basso, I didn't pay for all of it. I don't know what it is. Maybe I can't say, what's it? Anytime you know what I say, yeah, your Bahama can be said. And so say, Guy may have family. Now, maybe no one you. I buy and say, I listen to you force the bar say, will be unquite church, you know. I won't crone in our clatter since I. Where the above more can say, or your best sign. One fat in the fear no No saw no phone number. To me, I was saying, I did, and one more say, if you are no money, phone number go so. One more at me, no, say what you have. That's also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch you not about you anymore. Yeah, no. I found that I do. I remember that. I wish I was there. I remember. Yeah, I remember you started saying I that's not what I want. I'm in some of us will get a and yeah.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007, our Ghana Police Service
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Christmas is just around the corner. So if it's 17 now, we can imagine December. And these shipping lines are the major cause because all the monies they collect, they put it in their vessels and then it goes. They don't even go through the banking system. In fact, they are the customers of the black market. And that is how come the dollar is so, is now scarce because of their activities. So if government is able to curtail their activities, the way they even